broadly speaking. So I'm really happy I'm Maria Martinez Ordaz, one of the organizers. I'm really happy to welcome you to this second day and last day, and also to introduce you to the first speaker of the day, who is also the keynote of today. So Juhani-Matti Kukkonen, he is with us from Finland, from the University of Oulu, and he is a very important figure in this idea of integrating history and philosophy of science. He has a very pragmatist take on how to do this. His view is now on a future book that is going to come out next year. Is it next year, Matti?
Yep. Yes, January, February.
And the talk is going to be related to that book. So thank you very much for accepting being part of this workshop. And the floor is yours. You have 1 hour, and then we move to the Q&A. His title is A Methodologist Integration of HPS, Pragmatic Therapy for a Troubled Marriage. So looking forward to it, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the kind introduction and invitation. I really like to thank organizers for inviting me to give this keynote talk. And in particular, I know that for many of you, this is an early time of the day. So extra thanks for that. It's, of course, a great honor. And I would like to, it would be wonderful to be there in person. But I think this kind of online conference is a great option and eco-friendly model, too. I don't see where all people come from, but it's exciting to know that people are coming from so many countries and joining from so many time zones. So my plan really today is to approach our theme, the theme of the conference, methodologies for the use of history and philosophy through pragmatism, as Maria just told, and more specifically through my own development of it, which I have called, perhaps fittingly for the conference today, methodologism. And after that, I'll try to apply these lessons to the long-standing question of how to integrate history and philosophy of science, or HPS in short. So my talk has 3 roughly equal parts. It's about 20 minutes. So first, there is the contents. So first, I will introduce methodologism, asking what is it and why to talk about methods in the first place. And this is the most abstract and the most purely philosophical part of the talk. Second, and then I'll turn to some recent and also a little older literature on the integration of history and philosophy of science. And we'll notice there that metaphors of marriage and relationship play a surprisingly prominent role in that discussion. So I will ask, what's the state of this marriage today? Should it be filing for divorce, for example? The third and the final part offers kind of pragmatist therapy for HPS, an attempt to find a genuine common ground between history and philosophy. Okay, so without further ado, I'll begin the first part of my talk. And so this is the cover of the book, my version of Pragmatism, Methodologism, and indeed it will be out in January or February. And it provides both a philosophical framework of for HPS and a shared approach to science itself. Well, that's my approach today. I'm trying to convince you of that. And so I argue how history can be relevant to philosophy, and philosophy in turn to history, going through the idea of methodologism. And so now let's begin this therapy session in earnest, and with a look at some basic tenets of this pragmatism called methodologism. So what is it, and why talk about methods? So I'll actually start with a picture that will be familiar to almost everyone, not necessarily this picture too, but more like a philosophical idea. And that's the true conditional and representational tradition in philosophy. So in its simplest form, it says that language stands in a representational relation to the world. It's a relation that can be formally captured as a satisfaction relation between linguistic expressions and reality. So we get things right when terms refer to entities, predicates to properties, verbs to actions, and when we portray the relations among these as they are in the external world. As Richard Rorty famously put it, in this conception, knowing is mirroring, if not literary, forming a mirror image, then at least morphologically it's mirroring. And in this picture, we pair linguistic items with worldly items, and meaning emerges from that pairing, representational pairing. And this leads naturally to a model theoretic approach. We construct models of the world, and our expressions are meaningful insofar as they can be evaluated as true or false under some possible configuration of the world. Meaning, in this tradition, is knowing under what conditions an expression would be true, and when those conditions are then matched, satisfied, they match the actual world, the expression is true. In this framework, truth in this correspondence sense is not only a semantic notion, becomes a normative measure of epistemic success. The standard by which we evaluate knowing, as it's well known in the classical view, truth is a necessary to not sufficient component of knowledge. As you know, this tradition is technically formidable. It's historically dominant, has been dominant, and canonical figures include people like Frege, Russell, the early Wittgenstein, picture there, Tarski, and in most of probably the majority of contemporary analytic philosophers. And as a result of this, semantic notions such as truth, validity, meaning, and reference are typically defined through functionally and through model theoretical terms. Okay, this is the sort of the background that I wanted to give this, and then contrast to this to my, not only to my, but in general to the pragmatist way to approach things. Of course, pragmatism is a big school itself, so there's no only one way to go about it, but something is shared, and some of it definitely questions this representationalist tradition. So let me change the slide. The pragmatist turn of framework, I'll turn for me anyway. So the methodologism is thus to be that I develop in the book. That's I repeat the name, doing, knowing, and getting it right, pragmatism as methodologism. And it marks a departure from this tradition I just laid out. It draws from a minority, but a powerful line of thought, whose most immediate sources inferentialism, and particularly in the works of Wilfrid Sellars and Robert Brandom. And maybe the core idea is that the pragmatics precedes semantics, and doing, inferring, not representing are the fundamental notions. Meaning and knowing must therefore be explained through use, practice, including the roles expressions play in practice in when we use language. So we're familiar that Brandom calls this inferentialism. He came up with this term in contrast to representationalism, although he often treats, in fact, if you read far enough, he treats them as two sides of the same coin, although I'm actually less conciliatory between these two options. One of the guiding principles of this, my methodologism, is what I call systematic consistency with the pragmatist tenets. So that means that doing and rule-governed practice precede representation, globally, even supposing that we want to use the concept of representation. Even in that case, it must precede. Or in other words, it means to align semantic, epistemological, and ontological commitment with the pragmatic starting point. But doing and regulated practice are the most fundamental notions used to make sense of all other philosophical concepts, basically. So methodologism aims to define both meaning and knowing in wholly pragmatic terms without compromises. Compromises, I argue, introduce philosophical inconsistencies, which is a vice, and they, in this case, would smuggle representational assumptions into a framework meant to be anti-representationalist. In my view, Brandon does sometimes fall into this compromise, as I just said. So, the central tenet of methodologism is therefore anti-representationalism. And the idea is that if representationalism doesn't work, and I believe it does not as a global option in any case, we must explain the meaningfulness and epistemic authority of expressions in some other way than through functionally or through conditionally. So in this situation, the focus shifts from matching the world to acts of claiming, practice, acts of claiming. So what makes a particular claim acceptable or unacceptable within a community? What regulates that practice? This kind of doing is, of course, never just any behavior or any doing or just any practice, any random practice. It's always purposeful or functional with regard to some purpose, and it's normatively covered. So these structured rules distinguish correct from incorrect moves within this practice. I have actually, right. I'm moving on. I will still actually go back if I may. Okay, it's fine. We can go to the problems of representationalism. I just claim that representationalism doesn't work, and now I'd like to briefly indicate why it's problematic. It's a long story, a contested story, of course, but I think Sellars and Wittgenstein before him, and most recently, most strongly, Louis Price have done much of the groundwork here. So here's a list of some of the problems, and well, as you see this, talking about this, each would deserve at least an hour or more, but today now only one sentence or two. So the first problem would be the placement problem, which says that there are many common sense objects, mental states, meanings, moral values, modalities, which cannot be easily placed in a naturalistic representational model of the world. So, of course, one can then either keep up representations or keep up naturalism and the scientific worldview, and those are the options. But if one is a naturalist, then there will be a problem of where to place some of the objects that are in our common sense ontology. The second one is non-factualism of language. Louis Price notes that the Freudian truth value-based semantics has trouble with questions, commands, and the many ordinary utterances because they are not fact-stating at all. He says, he writes, a Freudian theory of language should be embarrassed by the existence of utterances such as questions and commands. So, non-fact, the true function of factualism cannot capture all the meaning of language. The myth of the given is, of course, the famous idea of Sellars, Wilfrid Sellars, who showed that the world does not give us self-identifying meanings or concepts. So whenever we classify something as an F, it always involves inferential commitments and the possibility of an error. So it presents some kind of inferential network or conceptual network when we are identifying, recognizing objects. The fourth one would be meaning is not world relational, and this is comes from Sellars' functional theory of meaning again. meaning statements are not relations. Well, that's the claim, that's the theory, that's an alternative theory. They are not relations between words and things, but are constituted by the inferential roles expressions occupy. And the final here would be that there is no universal grammar. And this is the lesson from Wittgenstein, who taught, we may argue that there is no single abstract form underlying all languages or language games. So to understand language comprehensively, we must study the use and use of expressions and how this language is actually, or language games work, and how expressions function. We need to study functions. That's my spin on Wittgenstein. So taken together, these points converge on one insight, meaning knowing, and we could also add here truth, cannot be grounded in world relations, and certainly not only word relations alone. They must be explained through inferential and justificatory roles within practice. Now, I know that representationalism seems natural, almost inevitable, as Press has also commented to many. But as I think what is clear in any case, that as a global account of meaning and knowing, it's riddled with problems. It's problematical. Okay, this is basically, I think I'm trying to change the slide. The beginning, but I still want to say a few issues about why methodologism then in this situation. And it's really premised on the problems of representationalism. Well, that's one of the big premises here. So if matching the world is not what determines whether a claim is acceptable, matching the world representation relation doesn't determine whether a claim is acceptable, then the normative criteria for acceptance and rejection must be found elsewhere. And therefore, methodologism focuses on the conditions of claiming, what makes a claim acceptable or unacceptable, and under what circumstances it's warranted or it needs to be rejected. And since claiming is doing, it's practice, it's an act, we must understand the kind of doing that leads to acceptance or rejection and what regulates this practice. And furthermore, because language is public, the rules that matter are communal rules. And we can apply this approach to any claim, not only, which doesn't only describe social acceptance, but identifies the normative reasons that justify this assertion, any assertion at all. And when we accept, if it happens that we accept a claim, we add it to the set of commitments we acknowledge. So that's called score keeping in Brandam's terms. Of course, different kind of rules matter here. There are basic inferential rules of language and reasoning. There are sometimes fields generally field-specific standards, aims and maxims. But they all together contribute to determining whether the claim is acceptable and in this pragmatic sense, whether it's claimable or correct to be claimed. So we arrive at the picture that the epistemic authority for any claim emerges from justification and reasons, and even in some cases, something like a proof rather than truth in a broad sense. And this leads to the slogan of methodologism: knowing is doing correctly, and correctly is in relation to the rules governing this practice, including inferential rules and other rules of reason, as well as field-specific rules in the sciences. So where the classical tradition says justified true belief, methodologism replaces truth with correct doing, or for truth as a linguistic predicate, of course, stays in the picture. So it's a successful rule-governed practical performance when you're doing correct, we can claim to know. To know is to do correctly within community's practice, and this can also take a non-linguistic form. So I have also argued there somewhere that, predominantly that the main notion of knowing should be knowing how instead of knowing that, and knowing that may be cashed out in terms of knowing how in the end. And a few more words. The meaning theory of methodologism parallels this. Just as knowing is the correctness of doing, meaning is the propriety of use, or how an expression is used, what rules govern the use of an expression. They constitute the rules governing an expression's use constitute its meaning. So once more, not by matching the world, but by determining its role in inferential practices. Why then to talk about methods? And I have here simply two reasons before I move on to the HBS considerations. So first is really the etymological one. A method is a way, etymologically, an inquiry, a procedure for achieving something. It's never random, it's rule-bound, it's guided by what one aims to achieve. So claiming correctly is such a method, such a way, a rule-bound way of securing normative acceptance. So that's one reason. The second is really relating to the tradition of pragmatism, and both Peirce and Dewey emphasized method as the key to understanding knowledge, and Dewey put it, there is the quotation, the value of any cognitive conclusion depends upon the method by which it's reached. And this is roughly my view as well. And finally, very briefly, I want to add something possibly interesting and something that I hadn't realized very well not long time ago still. There is a line of thought from proof theoretic semantics and intuitivist logic that aligns strikingly well with methodologism. It has roots in Wittgensteinian idea that the meaning of expressions is determined by the use. And then also more specifically in Gensen Damet and Pravitz, among others. So and this what they call proof theoretic semantics grounds meaning not in truth conditions, but in proof conditions. I already mentioned it's not the truth, but it's the proof, how you show it right, how you prove. Of course, it works better, more easily with logical notions, but I guess inferentialism can be considered as an extension to natural language and to all kinds of social practices. So proof conditions issues to proof condition in the ways one is entitled to move from claim A to B, or make this inference from A to B. And so there would be a formal, in proof theoretic semantics, would be a formal articulation of the same impulse that underlies methodologism. The epistemic authority lies not in mirroring the world, but in the procedures, inferences, and justificatory practices through which claims are made and defended. Now, I leave this matter here, methodologism, I return it briefly in the end and go now to the HBS considerations. And of course, if you're interested in the main tenets of this methodologism as pragmatism, then the book is hopefully out soon. So then let's consider the state of the marriage in HBS. Is it the case that it should file for a divorce? I mean, in some cases it seems that maybe, but let's see. So this marriage concerns the marriage between history of science and philosophy of science. And yes, you are probably familiar with the, of course you are, as most of the audience today, that there have been long-standing and energetic efforts to integrate these two fields. And this aspiration has been with us at least since the rise of the historical philosophy of science, and of course, especially since the publication of Kuhn's structured scientific revolutions. And there are problems, there have been problems. And whenever we think about this relationship between history and philosophy of science, we are essentially asking how history is relevant for philosophy, and conversely, how philosophy might matter for history. It's such a difficult question to answer. And one very common way of depicting is indeed this metaphor of relationship or metaphor of a marriage. And to the best of my knowledge, it was Ronald Geer who first introduced this metaphor in his 1973 paper, History and Philosophy of Science, Intimate Relationship or Marriage of Convenience. Geer's view was that the two fields form a marriage of convenience, since each one actually has a better relationship with science itself. He noted, with some dry humor, I imagine, that this was still better than living with one's parents. Those are his words. And since then, an astonishing number of papers have taken up this metaphor. Macmullen, writing a year later, insisted that marriage was not just one of convenience. And then similarly, Berrien in 1979 spoke of more than a marriage of convenience. Kruger, 1982, argued for a marriage for the sake of reason. And much later, Friedman, Domsky, Dixon, attempting to reinvigorate the marriage that was in 2010. Alan Richardson described the trajectory as going from troubled marriage to uneasy co-location. And Scholl, not long ago, in 2018, offered scenes from a marriage, suggesting that the confrontation model might provide a path forward in this relationship. So clearly, there has been no shortage of relationship counseling already before my pragmatist counseling today. Many papers, there are many other papers, of course, that analyze relation between history and philosophy of science, history and philosophy of science without explicitly using marital metaphors, but still they deal with similar consideration. So let's take Philosophy of Science Association published issues in 1992, 1994, asking whether the two fields have anything to say each other. That's a quotation, and whether they belong instead in a broader interdisciplinary landscape. And of course, there's simply too much literature at this point, even to try to summarize this comprehensively at all. Now, the underlying question now remains: can this marriage be saved? Should it be saved? And I'm one of those who believe that some form of integration between history of science, philosophy of science is desirable. So I also recognize that the situation is complicated. As always, different authors diagnose here and in life, they diagnose problems differently, and some are more optimistic than others. And some see any attempt to live under the same roof as hopeless due to fundamentally different lifestyles or life philosophies or whatever, while others believe accommodation is nevertheless possible. And I tried to, I really prepared this stuff for to talk today and tried to look at some of the models, not comprehensively, but I came up with three models. And I think the first one would be what I then called the disparity model. Disparity model claims that history of science and philosophy of science are simply different kinds of cognitive enterprises. Geer is the archetypical defender of this view in his 1973 paper. He criticizes Kenneth Schaffner for failing to clarify whether his criteria are descriptive or normative. Geer writes, it's unclear whether Schaffner is doing logic or sociology. And until this is clear, it will seem that he has reconciled the logical and historical schools only by ignoring their real philosophical differences. So there are real philosophical differences. This contrast between descriptive and normative orientations was well captured by Macmullen a year later, and who writes, so on the slides too, the historicist will be content with an account which is tentative, descriptive, subject to change, whereas the logicist will hope to enunciate principles that are exact, normative, and immutable. McMullen continues then. The historicist work is empirical. It's controlled by what he finds in the records. The logicist can lay down norms in what almost seems an a priori way. So logicist represents here, of course, the philosopher. But I think that these quotations encapsulate the core of the disparity model. And that's that cognitive approaches of these two fields are distinct and incompatible. History is descriptive, particular, empirical. Philosophy is normative, aspires generality. In some sense, it's a priori. I move on to the second, which I've been, it's the confrontation model. So philosophy proposes history tests. And that one might say that it is a more optimistic with regard to the relation. So idea is that philosophers provide these conceptual frameworks and history tests them. And to the best of my knowledge, again, this was introduced quite late by Jutta Shikore in paper called More Thoughts on HPS, another 20 years later in 2011. And she defines it secondly as follows. Foreseeing HPS means confronting general philosophical frameworks with historical data. So in this model, there's a division of labor, which resembles theoretician and experimenter. In the sciences, philosophers devise theories of scientific change in Laurie Loden and VPI's project, Virginia Polytechnic's famous project in the 1980s. So philosophers devise theories of scientific change, historians provide the empirical material. And Shikore thinks that this model has dominated the first 40 years of HPS and mentioned the Raphael Scholl, and he has recently defended a modified version of it and argues that the confrontation model still offers conceptual and practical insight. Now, I already say that, but I will say it later, but it seems that the integration is very unequal in this mode. And it's more philosophical and history is more in the role of a handmaiden. I move on to the third model, which is the hermeneutic model. And this is the relationship in this situation is fundamentally iterative, it's dialogical, and the strength of the relationship lies in the mutual shaping of concepts and historical understanding. And I guess the starting point one can say is that philosophical concepts and methodological assumptions are themselves historically formed. So therefore, whatever philosopher brings on the board, its philosophical reflection always involves historical reflection. Equally important is the idea that philosophical analysis is interpretative. We begin with a provisional concepts and refine them as we interpret historical material. And this is Shikore's articulation as follows. We approach the materials with a preliminary sense of the whole. We revise these preliminary notions in light of what we find. We specify, modify, and reconcile until the descriptions of episodes considered exemplary and analytic tools and generalizations coincide in the sense of reflexive equilibrium. In her version, history thought becomes one partner among many, she writes. The idea that history should give better access to knowledge than, say, sociology or cognitive science becomes strange and implausible. This opens the door to multiple partners, so to speak, perhaps to polygamy, sociology, cognitive science, anthropology, cultural studies, media studies, making history one contributing among many other, not necessarily the privileged one. So those are the three models, but I wanted to mention one more. This fourth voice, so to speak, this which is expressed by Pinnick and Gale in their paper called "Philosophy of Science and the History of Science: A Troubling Interaction," written 2009. So they diagnose a bit differently, that there's a fundamental methodological dualism in HBS. And this dualism is a problem. As they write, a case study that successfully serves philosophical aims is uninteresting to the historian, perhaps even methodologically flawed, whereas a case study that satisfies historiographical canons is useless for the philosopher, perhaps even methodologically flawed. And I think this is a good and sharp observation and hard to ignore. And their key conclusion is equally interesting. Real progress in historicized philosophy of science is to be had from reaching a methodological consensus. In other words, and extending this idea a little bit, we can say that integration requires a shared methodology or shared inquiry, broadly concepts. And if you achieve that, that would mark a genuine progress in the integration of HBS. Okay, where does it leave us now? So we can now ask, should this marriage be saved? And what did this imply for the relation between history and philosophy of science? And I think this disparity model is most pessimistic. And if true, we really should file for divorce. Nothing to do with each other. The confrontation model favors philosophers, turning history into an empirical handmaiden. And then the hermeneutic model is the most promising, but still offers philosophically driven. It is still often philosophically driven. And in some ways, it's promiscuous in its choice of partners. And then we have then the Pinnick and Gale, who indeed suggest that we need a shared modern method, and that's a deeper issue. Without the shared methodology, this relationship just cannot work. Now, I'm approaching and now moving to the final third section of my talk today, and this is trying to apply the idea of methodologism and pragmatism to this problem of integration of HBS. So it's time for some pragmatist therapy. So I argue that pragmatism and the methodologism provides precisely promise for the shared methodological ground that then can bridge the long-standing tension between descriptive history and normative philosophy. And not sure if this has been expressed before, but I'll try my best now. So let's have a look at Kuhn. Let's begin this odyssey by turning to our attention to Kuhn and his structure of scientific revolutions, because arguably he remains the most influential representative of HBS foundational figure. And he also struggled with the same problem as Geer and how to reconcile the descriptive ethos of history of science with the normative aspirations of philosophy of science. So we're going to ask, is Kuhn's account of science as problem solving meant simply as a description of how science in fact develops, or is it also a normative theory about what science and scientists ought to do? In the postscript to this book, that's my favorite image of the book, by the way, of course, many editions. Kuhn gives us an intriguing passage, and where he writes that structure presents a theory about the nature of science, and the theory has consequences for the ways in which scientists should behave if the enterprise is to succeed. Though it need not be right, provides a legitimate basis for reiterative oughts and shoulds. Conversely, One set of reasons for taking the theory seriously is that scientists do in fact behave as the theory says they should. My descriptive generalizations are evidence for the normative theory, precisely because they can also be derived from it. So this is an attempt to unite the normative and descriptive, although it's a little cryptic to understand what he means here. That's a fascinating claim. And Kuhn seems to be suggesting somehow that descriptions can somehow be derived from norms, from a normative theory of science. So a description provides evidence for a normative theory, and maybe even vice versa. But this raises an uncomfortable question to start with. So are we determining now is that the claim, our historical descriptions through preconceived ideas about science? So that if we think that science is or should be, say, problem solving, then our discovery of problem solving confirms that. And this would be, I think, an unhappy situation for a historical philosopher of science, considering what they attempted to do for a philosophy of science. It would go against the historical philosophy of science commitment to subject philosophical claims to empirical scrutiny. And ironically, I think it would place Kuhn surprisingly close to the very school he helped to supplant, logical empiricism. Now let's consider and recall that logical empiricism was centrally focused on formulating the correct theory of science, including the language of science, the structural theories, the nature of observation in knowing, and so on and so forth. For them, explanations of how particular theories emerged, historical explanations, sociological, psychological, and so on, were firmly rejected as irrelevant to justification. This stance was, of course, best crystallized in Reichenbach's distinction between the context of discovery and the context of justification. It's a very, very famous one. And we can compare these to the so-called rationality debates by the 1960s and 70s, when historical philosophy of science was at its height. An acute question concerned whether there existed a single scientific method that could justify scientific theories, demarcate science from pseudoscience, and explain why science is rational. Kuhn, Feyerabend, and others argued that historical record offered no such support for any single universal scientific method. But again, no clear view of how descriptive and normative dimensions could be brought together in HBS emerged. So let's continue a little further and yet once more reformulate why the existing models don't solve this tension. Let's reduce the three models to the descriptive normative tension. So what we discussed was the disparity model. So it clearly commits to this split between descriptive and normative components. And that's why precisely why integration seems hopeless under this view. History describes, philosophy prescribes. The confrontation model accepts the split as well, but it institutionalizes it. Philosophy contributes abstract concepts, history delivers the empirical reality check. And then we have the hermeneutical model, which I think is interestingly is not as far removed from confrontation and confrontation model as it may first appear. Instead, it offers a more dynamic, iterative relation. There is no raw data, only conceptually shaped data, and likewise no pure abstract philosophy. Sigore actually herself noticed that the VPI Virginia Polytechnic, Loudon and others project had implicit hermeneutical tendencies. Loudon and colleagues began from, this is their term, from preferred pre-analytical intuitions, which were then adjusted in light of case studies. And again, Scholl mentioned a few times This recent defense of the confrontation model explicitly introduces an iterative dimension into it. So although this hermeneutica model is more flexible, I think the basic division between description and the norm still lurks beneath the surface. Right. So this brings me to the crucial point of today's lecture. And then
and you have 15 minutes.
Okay, that sounds perfect. Thank you. So what can pragmatism and methodology contribute to the situation? As outlined in the first part, so I'll rely now on it. And what can it offer to this sort of noble aspiration to integrate HBS? So my argument is that they promise to bridge the gap between the descriptive and the normative. But how? One asks how is this possible? And one way to encapsulate this is to return Brandon's, the greatest contemporary practitioner, to Brandon's inferentialism, according to which we are, as discursive creatures, are fundamentally normative beings. And this is embodied, of course, in the famous Brandon slogan that we are always playing the game of giving and asking for reasons. Brandon accepts this Aristotelian idea that humans are quintessentially rational animals. And on this view, there is no such thing as purely non-normative empirical description, because description is made by humans with our discursive competences. Similarly, consider Sellas's equally well-known remark. He says, in characterizing an episode or a state as that of knowing, we are not giving an empirical description of that episode or state. We are placing it in the logical space of reasons or justifying and being able to justify what one says. And for today's purposes, this is the key. The key is that Sellas transforms what is conventionally thought of as an empirical matter into a normative one. Knowledge belongs to the space of reasons, not to the space of causes, at least not only to the space of causes. And this is the key. This is, I think, that provides foundational insight for integrating HBS2. And I'll give the formulation of this in my own practice orientation in terms of methodologism very briefly, but a little bit perhaps pragmatically. So here, I think this 4 tenets would take us far for the sort of methodologist integration of HBS. We need some core commitments. And one is the pragmatist idea that philosophy should focus on practice. Practice precedes and grounds semantics and metaphysics. I think this is shared by all pragmatists, this view. And as I said earlier, in methodologism, meaning and knowing are understood through specific kinds of doing. The second is that practice takes the form of communal action. Human practices are social through and through, and we are, as Brandon said, concept-mongering creatures. Scientific communities are one kind of social formation governed by their own rule structure. The third one is that communal action is rule-bound, it's regulated. All communities operate under rules, ranging from table manners and traffic rules to the norms governing research, publication, and theory choice. And a pragmatist methodologist investigates this normative regime and these rules of human beings and their communities. And then the final is the fourth one, the rules just are normative and therefore they determine the acts as correct and incorrect. Correctness is in relation to rules. Rules instruct how one should act. Chess illustrates this well, and it is often used metaphor, playing chess. The game is constituted by its rules, so the rules constitute the game, not stuff or matter. It doesn't matter whether pieces are food, plastic, or imagined on a shading like in the Queen's Gambit, or in Sellars, he talks about chess. It's chess, which is made of massive land areas and car, branch of car. It doesn't matter. Rules is that constitutes the game. Although it's then worth saying that rules do not dictate. They structure possibilities without determining outcomes. So this, my lecture today is rule-bound regulated because of language and other conventions, but of course, nothing determines what I will say now. Next, although it's clear that there are things that I should not say because they are violations of linguistic or other rules. So methodologism generalizes this. So our practices are normative because they are rule-governed. And in addition, there is no transcendent standpoint here, beyond any social formations from which to determine correct, let's say, representationally. Correctness, normativity lives within practices. And then how this helps to integrate HPS, how does this bridge history and philosophy? And this is the central insight here. If all practice is normatively structured, then historians' ostensibly descriptive work is already normatively saturated. And the philosopher's normative work is constituted by and tied to actual practice and practices, which is then again exactly what historian describes. The historian examines what scientists and communities have done, but because community practices are rule-bound, the historian's descriptions inherently involve a normativity of the community this historian studied. And of course, we may add that the historian's own descriptions are also governed by the historian's own epistemic standards and of his whole own community rules as well. And then likewise, philosophy examines the same rules and norms, aiming to clarify their structure, normative implicatures, and their relation to success in scientific inquiry, for example. And I'm now really approaching the very end of my talk. A couple of slides to go. And I think this would dissolve the deep divide between normative descriptive. There is no purely descriptive side and no purely normative side either. And in pragmatism, methodologism, normativity resides in practice itself. There is thus no community transcendent, so-called, sometimes called genuine normativity that transcends all possible social formation communities. Norms are social, historical, and communal, which is precisely why historical inquiry is so important to philosophical understanding. We might put simply that for the pragmatist, the descriptive and the normative are two sides of the same coin. The is and the of come together in practice. And finally, this approach invites us to investigate, of course, the diversity of historical communities, their rules, and how they shape their views of coping with the world. And undeniably, some communities were more successful than others. And of course, and then methodologism does have resources for evaluating such differences in their practices and such as different degrees of rationality of those communities, without, therefore, then collapsing into relativism and without declaring all communities equal or anything like that. So it also enables investigation into why scientific communities, despite their variation, share certain normatively potent features. So what is similar, what unites them, what explains their success, what are the rules, aims, inferential structures, and practices that jointly, potentially jointly, explain their remarkable success in coping with the world and improving our explanation, and specifically in comparison to any other form of knowing. So here I think science is superior. And I'm coming now to my closing thoughts. And so I end with the metaphors that we started with, and ask what image of the metaphors might capture best this pragmatist and methodologist integration of HPS. So if we wanted to stay with the relationship metaphor, then there's certainly, it would be a functional and symbiotic partnership, one with a clear shared interest. But perhaps we can, perhaps we should look for a different analogy. So think instead, as they're in the picture, of two musicians performing the same piece. Perhaps one plays the violin and the other clarinet. They participate in the same larger performance and collective effort. Their roles differ, and they require skills, techniques, instruments, they differ as well. Crucially, there is no fundamental cleavage between them. They can practice in the same space, belong to the same community, and what they produce is not disparaging or irrelevant to each other. In other words, they engage in the same practice, making music in this metaphor, but with different techniques, sensibilities, and responsibilities. Neither can replace the other, and the performance succeeds only because both parts are present and coordinated. At best, their efforts complement each other. And of course, there are other roles in the background, there are other roles in the orchestra as well, but that's not our topic here. This, I think, is a far better, I have very little to go, image for a pragmatist and methodologist integration. Different roles, one shared activity, distinct contributions, one wider normative space that regulates what's permissible and what is not, even though, of course, on another level, these normative regimes may differ too. Of course, there's possible limitation, and I'm in the very final part of my proposal, and not everyone working in HPS is a pragmatist, and it's perfectly fine. I wouldn't like to want to oblige anyone to accept pragmatism if one doesn't want, nor does committing, even if one then does commit to pragmatism, it doesn't require mastering its full technical machinery. But I have tried to show today is that there are genuine advantages in taking a pragmatist stance, especially if one cares about an integrated HPS. That is, pragmatism offers a way of dissolving one of the most persistent problems in the field, the supposed dichotomy between empirical description and normative appraisal. And I think it brings those together by locating normativity within practice itself. Okay, so I'm now finished, and I'd like to just thank for your attention for the past 60 minutes. And so I'm happy to continue now discussion and hear your thoughts about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Perfect timing. So now we, oh yeah, absolutely perfect. So now we can move to the Q&A. Please, people, in reactions, you can choose to raise your hand if you have any questions. And I'm going to start with Dubian and then Atocha, please. Okay, if Dubian is not ready yet, do you have any problem opening your mic? No, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kukarnen, for your talk. I have a couple of questions. One is about...
Let's keep it one per round. So if there is time, I go back to you.
Okay, let me begin with the second question then. I really like your pragmatist proposal to dissolve the tension between history and philosophy of science as a normative tension, as a tension between normative versus descriptive commitments. But I would like to know whether your pragmatist model is designed is specifically designed for resolving the normative versus descriptive divide, or it can also be applied to resolve the inherent tension of integrated HPS, which is also couched in terms besides the normative versus the descriptive. For instance, another way of saying that we cannot integrate history and philosophy is because both are adopting conflicting metaphysical commitments, essentialism versus contingentism, as you himself argue in a paper some years ago. So what do you think about these other ways of characterizing the inherent tension of integrated HPS?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a very excellent question and good challenge, because of course there are other problems, potentially other problems. Also, I think this is the might be the primary and most difficult challenge in this normative descriptive. To your exact question, whether this is designed, it's not designed, but when I started thinking about it, I saw an inference or possibility that it could contribute solving this descriptive normative tension. I do, however, I haven't thought about it, but I do see that there is potential to contribute and potentially resolve some other problems. But of course, one needs to be a pragmatist in some sense. So the big issue is that if you do some old-time metaphysics, then we can talk, but there is points where our premises are probably a little different. So for example, if you think about these metaphysical commitments, then of course the pragmatist of my kind, the neo-pragmatist, understand is beliefs of one community, and we can understand and analyze the functions of those beliefs, rules and structures of this community, and make sense of them. But we don't start playing the metaphysical game as such. So if given historian, given philosopher come up with other, then that's what happened. I mean, if you go to the past, we have a lot of different communities. There's diversity, there's plurality, but maybe the fundamental premise is that we treat them as expressions of some normative structures and treat them as you know as a communal formations, and that's the standpoint how we go on about analyzing why did you come to believe given metaphysical presupposition and so on. So this is the way I would start developing it.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Vivian. Atocha, please.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Well, first of all, Joni, it's very nice to have you here, even remote. And also thank you, Teresa and Maria, for this wonderful workshop. So my question is taking, yes, and I will follow Aurelia's comment that I think it's it would be nice if you stop sharing your presentation so we may see each other. My question is, okay, so you raised the issue about the importance of methodology. And let me go to your, let me put it this way, your metaphor of two musicians playing. Who is the director? And then go back to the marriage metaphor. One of the problems, not so much with philosophy and history of science, but with philosophers and historians, is that they want to direct the piece. So, there has been a lot of fight, even departments have split because of these tensions, and it's not so much between the disciplines, but the people doing the disciplines. So because of your importance or emphasis on methodology, I suppose this is case by case, but what would you say about who directs the piece?
Yes, thank you. Fair question. I came up with this metaphor quite late in the stage. And yeah, it would be very difficult to appoint a director who that would be indeed. Maybe Hasok Chang might be. No, kidding. So I think there is no director in this, but of course, I don't know how an orchestra would play music without a director. Probably the quality would get a little worse, but I think they could do it. So what is the director in the sense of what is giving the rules and structures and formations, how to play violin, how to coordinate together. It's a tradition. It's a tradition. And I think that's a very pragmatist answer, I think. I come up with historical tradition. Then starts the coordination work from that on. Maybe someone can rise to a leader, but not the director.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirsten, please.
Thanks. Yeah, super interesting talk. I guess my question is maybe again, largely coming from the metaphor, the kind of, a marriage of convenience, but what you're really talking about with integrated HPS isn't really kind of two disciplines coming together so much. I mean, that kind of suggests that it's just historians coming together with philosophers and each kind of bringing their own expertise and happily working together, but that's not really how it works, because I mean, even as you showed us, a lot of when we start thinking about practice and we start thinking about what kinds of evidence we need in order to make claims about science, well, we're bringing in, sociology and a bunch of other kinds of areas of expertise. And so, so it seems like, I mean, if we're trying to find some sort of metaphor to describe this, what we're looking for is, some big poly household, right? But that kind of led me to what my actual question is, which is like, where is the expertise supposed to reside here? Is the idea that you genuinely have kind of research communities where you've got, people with these different expertise who are able to work together, or would it be, or is it really one of those cases where, say, philosophers need to be going to the archive and doing some of the history for themselves? Because I mean, let's face it, it's not great if you're a philosopher trying to do HPS work and you're relying solely on secondary historical literature, right? Historians traditionally don't ask the same kinds of questions as philosophers do. They go into the archives with very different kinds of kind of questions and expertise and so on. And so, yes, I'm just kind of curious about how the expertise is supposed to work.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to formulate something to the first question first. And I do think that it's probably a philosopher that would need to do more shifting here. I mean, well, if you're not the pragmatist, at least in that situation, shift to the position where you actually take these communities and their rules and normative structures as an important object of analysis, perhaps giving up on big transcendental dreams to nail it down how it really is. And there, the metaphor, whether it's good or bad, at least it keeps them, those two persons in the picture, doing a little different things. So I don't suggest that a philosopher wouldn't need to go to the archives, but would need to accept that sort of, and this is maybe the fundamental answer, the sort of the object and sort of root cause of both sort of description and the normative regimes is the same, and that's the community. So the stuff in the way, even though the technique, then the other goes to the archives or whatever, and the other is different kind of analysis with that material or archives. And the I guess where does the expertise? That would be the shared object of research, of analysis in a way. But then, yes, I think the expertise, then you would still have different set of skills applied to specific tasks. And of course, I think this is a bigger problem for pragmatists than maybe for many other scholars. So I want to have something shared, not universal, but something shared. But at the same time, I recognize the need for difference, divergence, and plurality. And this would be shared on this practical level, but then within that, you can diverge in terms of your roles, techniques.
Thank you very much to the two of you. Then Julia, please.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, my question is a perfect follow-up on Kirsten's question. I was wondering a very similar thing about your really inspiring talk, Joni. So the first formulation of my question would have been something like, for me, after listening to you, it's easier to imagine a historian coming a little closer to philosophical inquiry, because they have to take into account normative considerations when studying practices, than the opposite, than the philosopher coming closer to historical inquiry. And it's interesting that in your answer to Kirsten now, you seem to be saying almost the opposite. So you said that for you, it's the historian that has to cover, the philosopher that has to cover more ground, coming closer to a sort of historical or historicist sensitivity. So now I'm wondering, I'm trying to reformulate the question as a bit of a follow-up on that. And I was wondering whether that double, let's say, perspective might be related to the way you have introduced this idea of practice as a quintessentially normative object, right? Because so stressing that, I very much see how the consequence of that argument would be, whenever you reconstruct a practice historically or descriptively, you also have to engage very seriously with normative considerations, either as premises of your investigation or as results. But I couldn't see as clearly toward the end of your talk how the opposite is also true. So in a way, to put it in a encapsulating sentence, one could say something like, yes, practice is normative, but also normativity is necessarily embodied or embedded in practices. So there is no way that you can inquire or investigate normative considerations, whether if you abstract completely from the practices in which this normativity is embedded. And so my question to you would be whether that is actually what you would be prepared to argue. And is that the way that you try to spell out methodologism for a different understanding of normativity, both epistemic and maybe else some other kind of normativity as well?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I guess yes, but I maybe I need to ask you to repeat one more the statement over that, because it seems perfectly that I would be aligned to say. So I don't actually, I'm not very shaken by the suggestion, because it seems to flow naturally from what I would be thinking. But maybe I missed.
No, maybe it was just a question of the exposition. Toward the end of your talk, you stress very much the idea of practice being a normative object. And I completely see why that would, let's say, flow from a pragmatist approach. And I also can see how that makes the historian more engaged in normative considerations. By the way, I think that this, this confrontation model that you presented at the beginning is oversimplifying the fact that historians have always been dealing with normative questions. So it is completely true, I think, that raw description doesn't exist. But what I missed toward the end of your lecture was an equal insistence on the fact that equally we cannot really have pure normativity. So we have normativity only, you see?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Equally, we can't have pure normativity. Yes, but then I take it as a given. I guess if you make what would that even mean? Because if you make claims and they come with normative considerations, the claims often deals with, let's say, empirical stuff or stuff in the world, engagement with them, feedback mechanism, success. We can do that, of course, in very pragmatist terms. If things we say actually return our expectations, and that feeds into our understanding whether we could see them as warranted in the future, whether we should keep making them, or whether we should revise them. And yes, I think in this sense, of course, there is the empirical, but empirical is in its sense, in the Sellarsian sense, it's part of the logical space of reason, so it's a normative link trait. So yes, I see they are meshed, and maybe to add, it may be in this argument, as Sellars once said, that what he wants to supplant is an image, Platonist image. So I'm not doing that here, but on another occasion. So whether not Platonist image, but what I'm trying to, regarding the confrontation, change the image, that the image is wrong, less than the actual, let's say, what as you can tell, what the historians do. So maybe they've been engaged with the normative stuff, but they, just with the certain type of image of what they're doing, the self-reflection is wrong. And if I may, I still add one more thing is, yeah, I think the historian would be naturally, well, I don't really know this, but something, because they analyze the communities and community buildings anyway. So sort of close, of course, a little bit revise what they think they are doing. So it's a hard task, but maybe the philosophers, some of them probably would need an independent argument to become pragmatist. And the real philosophical struggle is, of course, there. That if you are not pragmatist, then okay, we need to keep arguing why should one be a pragmatist. And of course, I can then show the card that, okay, this would be a neat solution, perhaps neat solution or possible solution for the empirical and the normative descriptive, dichotomy. But yeah, it tells that one commits to certain issues regarding pragmatism. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to the two of you. Now we have Axel, and then we have Andres, and I will ask you please to make it as concrete as possible so we can still make it on time. So Axel?
Okay, I'll try. Yeah, so as a pragmatist, as an inferentialist myself, I'm very friendly to the project, and actually would push you to be even more of an inferentialist.
Yes.
Especially because of the sort of problems you seem to be facing now in the way you answer these questions. Because one way, at least my favorite way of presenting the moral of inferentialism, is that the way the descriptive normative line is blurred is by saying that it is the very, very same thing. It is just as the way the phenomena are described, that we can say, oh, you're doing a descriptive task or you're doing a normative task, even though it is the same task. So the idea would be that what historians are doing, what philosophers are doing, are really not different things that need to be reconciled or need to be, right? Because,
yeah.
So what does the jam mean here?
So yeah, I mean, I sort of agree that there's so much, but I guess the thing one might add is like, as linguistic terms or predicates, people keep applying this normative or descriptive. So I wouldn't necessarily to be there to do so much conceptual engineering as if to remove them and replace them with one concept. And I guess there's the same if you are deflationist about truth, you accept most of them that unlike Ramsey, that you're not redundant there, but there's a linguistic predicate just emptied of the content. So I guess something like that. And I think Brandom also has this idea with representationist notions that they don't do I can't remember the terms we use, but they don't do their proper explanatory work, but he accepts them as I guess, is it expressive notions? Yeah. So yeah, but I think I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. So Andres?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so hi, Professor Buchanan. Thank you for your talk. I was concerned about the stability of this marriage be so dependent on the equally of these norms being equally interpretable and equally identifiable across history and philosophy. And that might be not granted. For example, in Lakatos's accounts of history and philosophy, epistemic norms were posited by us philosophers. And in confrontation model, for example, it was something like adjusting a function to some given empirical point, right? But now it seems that these norms have to be like so embedded and I don't know, like in such an intrinsic way, such that historians and philosophers could identify them. So how could this be granted? That's my question.
So to rephrase to ask, are you worried that the sort of the description becomes too normatively or too homogeneous regard to the norms of these two, let's say, professions or communities, historians and philosophers? Is that there should be more divergence in terms of their norms?
Yeah, my question is, how do we grant that historians and philosophers equally interpret the same norms, or they get the same conclusions from the historical records? I can't see it clear why historians and philosophers could get the same information of the same periods, of the same empirical data, if you wanted to see it like that.
How can we guarantee? I guess if you formulate it like that, I don't think nothing guarantees that really. And I mean, here I would take the Rortian card and say that it's only the discourse that can settle where we end up with. However, also, what does important work is with or according to what rules. I mean, if our rules or the game, so to speak, we are playing are very different, then it's bound to end up with a situation where we just produce different things. If our inferential game, so the issue comes then, we need to go, I guess, to intricacies of what philosophers and historians do. And I'm sure that there are differences. Otherwise, they would be the same profession. So they do different things. But I guess the hope then, even if you find out those differences, you find a theory, you abstract them, and you see this is the Ruban way, historians' Ruban way of philosophers, that they are still able to agree about. But again, I mean, there's no really guarantee. And of course, if you are I mean, I don't think, because here is the aim is to integrate, but in some cases, of course, it can happen with communities that they rather split. You know, that's a Kuhnian evolutionary view of sciences. I don't think this is going to happen, but we need to find out the rules. That's my answer.
Thank you, you two. There are still 5 more minutes, so I'm going to take advantage of my role and I'm going to ask a question that is related to Andres's. So one concern that I have is that anybody, either philosopher or historian of science, would see also the scientific practice as being rule-grounded or rule-constrained, right?
Yeah.
And the idea is that the historian is going to analyze and identify and analyze those rules, and the philosopher is going to be able to explain them or to give us a more theoretical and more normative approach to whatever they are doing. The issue that I had, and that I think is connected to Andres, is that most of the time when we are inferring the rules, and it's connected to the grounds of your position, which is inferentialism, is that we are going to have many candidates for whatever happened there. And those candidates might not connect to one another, and we can have candidates that actually develop different rows of evolution in a sense that might correspond with the evidence. But still, the analysis that the historian would provide and the identification of those rules might not correspond with the one that of the philosopher because of this phenomenon, like this undetermination or something of the behavior of the scientific communities or the scientific individuals in particular. So, do you have any way to escape this problem?
If I get you right, I'm not too worried about that situation. So you're saying that it would be a situation of underdetermination, as you said, and we have the same material or stuff, and then they reconstruct different accounts or maybe conflicting accounts of the same stuff or same episode or whatever that is. Yeah, I don't think, and I'm not really wanting to have any deterministic, like algorithmic model of inferring what something is. Of course, you know, the imperative must be that we tighten our ways of forming inferences and come to a better understanding how it happened and what is maybe not a legitimate way of inference or maybe a worse account, or we have some criteria to rank between them. But other than that, I think we just have to live with the issue of underdetermination and resulting plurality, and that's just fine. So the only way that I hope that we keep as communities, we don't stop talking, and we don't stop opening our accounts and the paths. That's the method paths why we ended up, and maybe we are able to intervene and see where we disagree, and maybe this is idealistic, but persuade some others to change the route and come to another way. But I still believe that it's, again, Rothian thing, it's a matter of this discursive practices which will go on. As often in academic circles, there's a phrase used, we have not yet agreed, but I don't necessarily believe. I think, I don't know, it's well said that we should one day agree on everything. Maybe we just don't, but as long as we have a good ground game, rules for the good ground game, that's what I care.
Perfect. Many thanks, Giovanni, and please, audience, let's thank the speaker before moving to the next talk, and thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
It was
and
a wonderful talk.
Happy birthday. It's your birthday.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, it was wonderful. So now we are ready for the next one. And I think, I don't know whether I'm pronouncing your name right. Zainab? Is that
yes.
Okay? Okay, so can you share your screen? Have you been allowed to share your screen?
I guess I'm sharing it now. Can you see my screen?
Yes. We can see it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So again, thank you everybody for joining us for the second session of this workshop. It has been an amazing day yesterday, and we expect nothing less for today. And this is a talk that I was very excited about. So Zainab Sabra from the Erasmus University Rotterdam, she's going to be talking about counterfactual sufficiency in historical explanation. And we are very excited to have you here. You have something like 30 minutes for your talk. I will let you know when you have spoken for 20. Is that okay?
Sure.
And then we have a Q&A for 20 minutes. So the floor is yours, and welcome to this workshop.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to start first by thanking you for giving us the opportunity to share our project with you. So my talk is entitled Explanation in History, Methodological Reflections on Palestinian Historiography. I'm going to start first with a quick introduction before I move on to mention my outline. So I'll start by a quotation from Brandon's Making It Explicit. We live and move and have our being in a space structured by norms. I'm interested in this talk to talk about the explanation of the historical past, which is the past that is populated by agents who occupy the normative sphere. So the question that I aim to answer throughout my presentation is if historical explanation, and I'll take it to be as a reconstruction of the historical past, if historical explanation is a reconstruction of the historical past, then what model should govern this reconstruction? And what role does agent-related evidence take in such reconstruction? The interest that I have, so I'm going to take a case study so I can make my account clear. It's the reconstruction of the past under erasure. That's why later on throughout my presentation, I'll be zooming in the work of historians who addressed the history of Palestine, specifically on the year of 1948, which corresponds to the establishment of the State of Israel, and on the time of 1967, which is the 5 Days War. So the outline would go as follows. I'm going to start first with the unificationist aspiration of unifying a model of explanation between science and history. I will focus very briefly on the work of Hempel and Mackey because they were the most explicit about this unificationist aspiration. Then I'm going to move on to answer the question of whose past are we narrating or whose past are we trying to reconstruct. Third, I will address my thesis, which is that of historicizing explanation, which offers a bottom-up approach, which starts with the structure of the evidence and the historical remains and moves on to build an explanatory model out of it. In section 4, this is where I zoom in the different writings of history that were written around this era, and in section 5, I end by giving a quick comment on writing history from within. So to move on to the first section, it's possible throughout the literature to distinguish between two approaches concerning the structure of historical explanation. I'm aware some of them are outdated, but I'm just going to keep like the unificationist aspiration and talk about its implications on narrating or reconstructing the past of marginalized communities. So in contrast with exceptionalism, unificationism in historical explanation is the theory that historical explanation has the same logical structure as the scientific one. The differences is the difference in degrees. It's in precision. Hempel calls historical explanation as explanation sketches. So unificationism position the philosophy of historiography within universal theories of causation, irregularity theories, conditional counterfactuals, probabilistic or process theories. On the other hand, there's the exceptionalist perspective, which maintain that because historical inquiry concerns agents, meanings, and norms, then the explanatory model should be different in kind than that of the natural sciences. My account would be more towards the exceptionalist perspective, but I will be addressing it by focusing on the structure of evidence specifically. So just a quick introduction to the Hempelian model. Hempel says that in history, as anywhere else in empirical science, the explanation of a phenomenon consists in subsuming it under a general empirical law. And then an explanation, therefore, is seen under the DN model, whose premises cite initial circumstances and natural laws, and whose conclusion cites the phenomenon, event, or fact to be explained. So this is the model put formally, where C1 to Cn are statements describing particular circumstances, L1 to Ln are general statements of law, and E is a statement describing the phenomenon to be explained. Historical, I'm not going to talk about this. I guess it's common knowledge now. Historical explanation for Hempel, therefore, is to be morphed into this form of explanatory model. For example, a population migrated because climatic conditions made survival possible is a proper explanation because it's subsumed under the general law that populations tend to migrate to regions that offer more favorable living conditions. So the connective vocabularies that usually historians use, such as hence, therefore, naturally, because all of these for Hempel presupposes a certain form of linking generalization. But because the generalization is not as explicit as it is in scientific explanation, Hempel refers to these as explanation sketches. A sketch consists of a more or less vague indication of the laws and initial conditions considered as relevant, and it needs filling out given like which requires further empirical research for which the sketch suggests its direction. So this was one of the unification aspirations. The other one, a much more elaborate one, and the major one as well in the history, is that of J. Al-Maki. It started first by the work of Mark Wogo on historical explanation. And this is maintaining the unificationist aspiration, but modifying the model of explanation used under conditional theories rather than general laws. Wogo claimed that when historians in singular causal statements speak of a cause or the cause of a certain individual event B, they are referring to another individual event A, which is a moment in a minimal sufficient and at the same time necessary condition post factum. In other words, a cause is a constituent of this minimal sufficient complex, one among a conjunctive set of conditions that taken together present a sufficient condition for the outcome. J. Al-Maki elaborated on this further in Causations and Conditions, the Cement of the Universe, and he presented it as, can you still see me? Anyway, and he presented it under the Inus condition, which is the insufficient but non-redundant part of an unnecessary but sufficient condition. So the light thing is a Beirut experience. If you know anything about Beirut, this is one of its necessary traits. So as an Ein, to go back to Maki, as A is an Einist condition of a result P if and only if for some X and for some T, AX or T is a necessary and sufficient condition of P, but A is not a sufficient condition of P, and X is not a sufficient condition of P, but AX as a minimal sufficient set would be seen as a sufficient condition for P. To apply this, and so to transition smoothly into 1 second, so I can unbox this. Awesome. So to transition into some examples, just formally speaking, the set S, which contains the 3 events, E, E prime, and E second prime, E belongs to the set S of events such as S is a minimal sufficient condition for T, E satisfies a non-redundancy condition, and S is not the necessary condition for T. There exist other distinct sufficient sets for T. The UN partition, for example, let's move on to 1948, is a cause of Palestinian displacement. And this means that the set UN partition, Zionist military consolidation, and failure of the Arab revolt is a sufficient condition for the state formation. The removal of the UN partition would have weakened the sufficiency of the set, and the set is not necessary as there could exist distinct sufficient sets for the state formation. So this is generally the unificationist aspiration under the work of Hempel and Maki. So I want to move on to ask about whose history are we writing and whose history are we reconstructing. And I make a difference between the natural past and the historical past. The past as a historical past is the past that is understood historically from the standpoint of those archival possibilities. What does that mean to move to use a quote famous by Collingwood in the Ideas of History? I'm going to read the one in red. The archaeologist's use of his stratified relics depends on his conceiving them as artifacts serving human purposes and thus expressing a particular way of which men have thought of their own life. And from this point of view, the paleontologist arranging his fossils in a time series is not working as a historian, but only as a scientist thinking in a way which can at most be described as quasi-historical. Historical events are brought about by agents, and agents act not because of their behavior conforms to natural laws, but because they are responsive to norms. Here I'm using a quote from Brandam's on Articulating Reasons. Once concept use is on the scene, a distinction opens up between things that have natures and things that have history. So the famous example that's usually used in the literature of history, the event that every time white smoke emanated from the Sistine Chapel in Rome, large crowds gathered and cheered. First explanation is the cheering occurred because white smoke appeared, and then the second one, which is the most appropriate one to use, is that the crowds cheered because a new pope was elected. So in order for that behavior patterns become assumed to be general laws, they may be they must be constant. And so there must be in existence a social order which recurrently produces situation of a certain kind. But social orders themselves are historical facts and therefore subject to inevitable change. A positive science of mind will no doubt be able to establish uniformities and recurrences, but it can have no guarantee that the laws it establishes will hold good beyond the historical period from which the fact is drawn. So, to understand the past historically is to understand what Wittgenstein referred to as the form of life of the participants of the past. It's to explain their behavior and to grasp the way they reasoned, the inferences they drew, the conceptual connections they made, and the symbolic connections and significance they attached to their actions. Norms are historically situated, they change and can be broken. To understand historical actions is to understand them as responses to norms. Historiography deals with human actions. Historians, therefore, are concerned more with motives, intentions, beliefs, and interests. This form of naturalizing history, which comes as a result from an account of from the unificationist aspiration, would lead to this form of description. For example, historiography has been content to deal with the peasant rebel merely as an empirical person or member of a class, but not as an entity whose will and reason constituted the praxis called rebellion. The very metaphor through which rebellion is described already effaced agency. Peasant uprising break out like thunderstorm, heave like earthquakes, spread like wildfires, infect like epidemics. Here, the rebel appears as something moved rather than someone who acts. Revolt is seen as an instinctive and almost mindless physical suffering, which comes as like a result of Newton's law that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. This denormativized, as I said, as I'm mentioning here in the title, rebellion removes the meaning and significance of the movement by naturalizing it and providing the description that is used. So my main account, I thought that I have 30 minutes, so I'm gonna kind of move fast concerning this section specifically, is that the unificationist aspiration, specifically the ones seen in Hempel and Mackey, presents a top-down approach where the explanatory schema is fixed prior to engagement with the archive. Evidence is selected and evaluated only insofar as it fits the model. The past is made to appear as an instance of a general pattern, and what counts as relevant evidence is determined in advance and is amenable to objective checks. Here are some quotes I took from Hempel and from Mackey. We can go back to them in the Q&A, which shows that they both ascribe to a top-down approach. In contrast to the top-down approach, the theory that I'm aiming to argue for is under the title of historicizing explanation. I want to refer to the archive as the historian's workshop, and to say that any aspiration of the aspiration that was used in unificationism prioritizes a specific kind of archives, which are identified with state archives, and therefore we're going to end up with a form of writing history from above. So the question that I'm going to aim to answer here is what counts as empirical evidence for historians? The theory I'm advancing is a bottom-up approach, which starts with the structure of the evidence and the nature of the evidence and moves on to talk about methodology and to explanatory model. To historicize methodology is to recognize that evidentiary standards are historically situated, emerging within a specific agential, social, and political context. If the archive is historically produced, then so is what counts as evidence. And if evidence is historically situated, then the model of historical explanation cannot proceed. Rather than beginning with a pre-given explanatory form and fitting evidence to it, we must begin from the historically specific forms of evidence the situation makes possible and derive our explanatory model from them. So explanatory models in history must follow from the archive, not to precede it. What counts as evidence is historically specific, and the question then that I'll move on to answer is what kind of models of explanation and so methodologies are adequate to the forms of historical materials. My interest is historical materials under condition of erasure. So from the subaltern past, Chakrabarti claims that how do you write the histories of suppressed groups? How do you construct a narrative of a group or class that has not left its own sources? So the question whether or not such incorporation changes the nature of historical discourse itself can be answered simply. Of course it does. To be able to tell the story of a group through overlook, to be able to master the problems of crafting such narratives, particularly under circumstances where the usual archives do not exist, is how the discipline of history renews and maintains itself. And so to move on to something we're discussing now in the Q&A, what troubles the logicians and the philosophers seems the least to worry those even amongst them who have had some experience of what working among the relics of the past means. And from the point of view of those who are working among the relics, which the historian explains are quite remarkably barren and irrelevant. So now my motivation is to go and to see what it means to work among the relics of the past, right? So focusing on Palestine 1948 and therefore zooming in on the different remains that are there, which through them the past would be reconstructed. Right. The first evidence is what Walid Khalidi, a historian, who refers to as a non-event. A non-event is not an omission, it's actually something that has happened but was later on erased. There are two reasons for why non-events are there. First of all, because of erasure. In the story of Palestine's struggle for statehood, Khalidi claims that a significant proportion of those archival resources were at different times attacked, confiscated. And so one of the most important of these institutions, the PLO Research Center in Beirut, was attacked by Israeli with rockets and artillery on at least two separate occasions. Another historian, Bilal Shalash, who is writing about the history of 1967, when he was interviewing individuals who were alive in 1967 and who played a role in what was happening, they refused to say, answering by what happened is still happening. And so the line of continuity prevents people from speaking. For these two reasons, the historian is in front of an incomplete archive to begin with. Diving deeper into the evidence that is actually there, some of these evidences are seen as village books. So they are books that narrate the lived experiences of individuals that are within the village. Some of them include the remains that are left. So the first type of buldaniyat are the ones that include the photographs of destroyed villages. Khalidi, for example, has a collection of 500 photographs of different cities. Here you can see them in Palestine that were destroyed. So that's the Church of Mary Yohanna. The other is the rubble of the village house. This is all that has remained from what happened there, right? So this is used as a material in order for the reconstruction of the past. Another book, another type of a village book is one that is written by Palestinians themselves. They are not historians, but they are narrating about their lived experience, by older generation who grew up in the village, by social activists who aim to transform their communities through their connections to their heritage, by authors who were pushed and displaced as children, and they wanted to maintain that memory. The kind of evidence here require a genealogical methodology, one that recognizes how values arise from within lived continuity. These are examples of buldaniyat. A lot of what has remained from the archive are oral testimonies. And if you noticed, a lot of the new historians, such as Ilan Pape, they focus on their narrative about these oral testimonies themselves. Oral sources are necessary, if not sufficient, condition for a history of the non-hegemonic classes. Here in AUB, we have the Palestinian Oral History Archives. And so the methodology to address this is peculiar to the nature of the evidence itself. Another form of archiving under erasure is that of poetry. Fadwa Tuqan is a poet who was referred to as the poet of Palestine. In her poetry, she portrayed everyday's life under curfew, siege, and surveillance between 1967 and 1970s. Tuqan kept on writing about the events that unfolded back then, and her poetry is used by historians now in Birzeit in order to reconstruct the past. Another example of a poetry, you can read them, I have them here on the screen, is by Mustafa Khalil, who is here in the poetry describing his village. And so since only ruins were remained from the village, this gives us one of the tools in order to reconstruct a past that was erased. The last archive that I want to discuss is the archive of kids' drawing. In 1968, the Jordanian, I'm going to conclude, Mona Saadi, she kind of collected the work of Palestinian refugee problem who were children who were displaced from Nablus. So they drew their experience, their displacement, and next to each one of these drawings, they put a caption under it. Can read them by a 6-year-old Zuhair, a tank, a road, and a dead person in the mountains. These for Yusra, they are the colors of the bomb. This drawing is what represents the Exodus 1967. To interpret them, the historian must adopt a phenomenological and hermeneutic methodology rather than reading the drawings as acts of testimony or attempts to kind of make sense of the devastation through forms of color and aesthetic expression. So here what I have presented to sum this up, I'm not sure if I have more time. Do I have more time?
Yes, you have more minutes.
Okay. Okay, yes. Awesome. Yeah, so in summary, as the foregoing examples show, the historian's work under such conditions necessarily involves a mixed method approach, one that becomes visible through the diversity of archives from which history is written. To reconstruct the past requires interpreting oral testimonies, reading literary works as archives of experience, drawing on village books and local memories, examining ruins and material traces, and attending to silences, refusals, erasure as explanatory, relevant, and actually necessary for a historical reconstruction. Each of these sources demands a different mode of reading that no single explanatory schema can account for all of them. What emerges, therefore, is not a unified methodology, but multiple models of explanation, each derived from the form of evidence at hand. Here, the archive determines the method. The historian begins with the historically situated traces that survived and allows the logic of explanation to be generated from within them. This is the bottom-up approach introduced. Explanatory models must follow from the material and conceptual conditions through which the past becomes knowable rather than being imposed on it in advance. So here in the table, you can see different archival forms that are present, the appropriate methods, their explanatory aim, and why they resist a certain form of unificationism that was present in Hempel and in Maki. So to conclude, the historical, to write history from within is to begin from the standpoint of the agents whose past we seek to understand. It's to reconstruct the field of reasons and commitments and meanings that structure their actions. Explanation here is interpretive rather than law-like. It aims to make intelligible how agents understood their situation. What emerges from the structure of the archive necessitate multiple models of explanation, each derived from the structure of evidence at hand. The bottom-up approach, to summarize, is an explanatory model that must follow from the material and conceptual conditions through which the past becomes knowable, rather than being imposed in advance. So to write history from within is to remain answerable to the normative space in which agents acted and interpreted their world, to understand their form of life, to be responsive to the peculiarity and multiplicity of the structure of archival materials and the methodologies that are relevant to them, and to remain answerable to the normative space in which agents acted and interpreted their world, and to recognize that the historian, the past agent, and history lives, moves, and has their being in a space structured by norms. Thank you.
Just a second. Thank you very much for such an amazing talk. Very interesting. So now we are going to move to the Q&A, and I'm going to ask the audience to go to reactions, raise your hand, and then I'm going to give the chance to you to ask a question. So meanwhile we get the first one, I have, sorry, no. So I have Aurelia, then I have Hanik, and we go from there. Aurelia, please. I think you can open your mic now.
Yeah. Thank you, Zaina, for your fantastic talk. I'm going to be very quick because we don't have that much time, and I love to listen to you. Like one of the, I don't know, of the part of the historian's training has to do with going into the archives and looking for the materials. But also a key element is that one cannot go into the archives without questions. Actually, if you go to the archive without them, you don't really find anything. There's nothing there to see. You find whatever you're already looking for. So I was wondering, what does it mean to set like the empirical evidence as the first step? I was also thinking, you might know this book, Side by Side, Israel and Palestinian Stories, because one of what is striking about it is that there's no debate surrounding facts. It's actually how these facts are aligned or ordered that makes for completely different stories. So in those cases, like documents or empirical evidence would not actually be able to kind of settle these sort of questions. So I wanted to know how far are you willing to take the empirical evidence as the bottom line for historical debates?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Concerning the first one, I agree with you. So there's like a quote by Elton, I think one does not go to the archive naked. One goes with certain questions in mind, selectivity criteria, a certain point that they're trying to make within their narrative. And I do think that, strictly speaking, but what I meant by empirical evidence are the remains of the past. So all of these drawings, the testimonies that we had, the village books, this is strictly speaking what I mean by the remain of the past. Concerning your second question about debate, about facts, it wasn't very clear to me what the question is. If you can summarize it, please, in one.
Yeah.
Yes, you both can take it slowly. There is no rush. You finish a bit earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, just take a breath.
I thought I have 30 minutes. You told me I have 20, so I was like...
No. I was going to let you know when you had spoken for 20, so you had 10 more.
Okay. Now I'll go slowly.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was taking as an example this book by Sami Adwan and Eyal Baron. It's called Side by Side, Parallel Histories of Israel and Palestine. And what is interesting is that they use exactly the same facts. And like the empirical evidence, you might say it's exactly the same. But their stories are completely different and they're actually incompatible. So the same set of events are interpreted radically differently from each side. And that's kind of a sorrowing message from this book. But I think it tells us about the limits or the limitations of empirical evidence.
Yeah, I agree with you concerning this point. At the end of the day, the empirical evidence, they have a limitation. Both of them can be talking about their own lived experiences, and they, in the sense, they can be talking about the same facts, but the way they have lived this fact would be different. Yeah, I think then, like, yeah, the role of the historian in this sense is to be able to depict the lived experiences of these individuals, but at the end of the day, also to situate them within the historical facts that are taken for granted by across incommensurable narratives, if you want to say. Yeah, but I would be like, when was this book published?
Give me a second. It was published in 2012.
Okay, awesome. I will look it up. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much to the two of you. So now we can move to Hanik, please. I think you can open your mic now.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm here. Well, first of all, I have to say thank you so much for your work. I think it's crucial and very, very important. I'm very excited of having someone that works like subjects that I work. Doesn't happen that much in Mexico, you know. I'm just thinking that these methodological approaches that you are offering here, they remind me some kind of sumut. And I think this is kind of theoretical sumut that I didn't know, or I didn't thought like it could be this complex. So would you think of like sumut? Or
yeah, I definitely think that this form of work that my peers in history are doing, and the different methodologies that are created to make sense of new materials that historians maybe have not worked with before, is a form of smooth or resilience, if you want to say. This is a way to recognize that the methodologies that were used, that most of them have helped us to see history from above. But the peculiarity of the history that we're talking about pushes us towards coming up with new forms of methodologies to explain like archives under erasure, and so to get an account of history from below, to recognize, as what we were talking about, the lived experience of these individuals, rather than big claims that, I don't know, the UN partition caused the establishment of the State of Israel. Okay, but what were the people doing then, right? Under these big slogans, what was the raw reality? And I think the raw reality is the one that's portrayed by these archival materials. And the raw, like, what does it mean for us to reconstruct the past, where all what we can have is UN partition caused this, the Zionist consolidation caused that? Is that really a fair reconstruction of the past? Does that really give the voices of the individuals who have lived throughout it? And I think the proper way is to recognize that there is no one ex ante model or one unified methodology that would apply to all of the cases.
Thank you so much. No,
yeah.
And well, sumut, for those who don't know, is like a political practice of resistance for Palestinian people, and it's a political, peaceful resistance. So I think your work is crucial. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Yvonne. And now, Teresa, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Sana. I really enjoy your talk, and I think I agree with Hanik. It's really important, really important work. And I wanted to share something. May I share my screen and ask your opinion? Because I recently found this book. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We see black.
Let me see. No, yet.
not yet. It's loading.
Now we see it.
Right now.
Screen is here.
You can see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Still seeing it? Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
So, so it's this book about these flowers. You can see it once the spring is here,
Yeah.
and it's all this embroidering that women in Palestine did.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm taking this class about archives, and we were talking about the possibility of these embroiderings. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing. Can be also kind of an archive or archival material because now I understand that there's a problem because of water control. So maybe there are no gardens anymore, and there's this part of you know, the history of the society that involves flowers and gardens that you cannot, you know, like document except for this kind of practices. And I just wanted your opinion, if you can add this to you know, to your research, or I don't know.
Yeah, I would love to do that. If you would allow me to share the screen again, there's some things in passing that I guess I wish I have the chance to. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So this is from the book that I mentioned, the project of the children's testimony through drawings and the captions under them. And here in the caption, you have Nawal, 8 years old. She says that the trees were laden with fruit. The enemy's airplanes came and bombed the camp, and the trees, the green leaves burned, the roses fell, the apples fell, and the neighbor's daughter also. So it reminds me now what you have shown me about how whether weaving these flowers or making these drawings, they, at the end of the day, are the remains of the past. Unfortunately, there's no one state, because usually the state is the one that's responsible for collecting the archives. The state that was collecting the archives was the Israeli state, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the new and old history, that at some point the state erased some of the archives and did not allow historians to check everything that happened in 1948. So in 1980s, once they have released the archive, they figured the new things that happened. So given that this is the case, then the archive of the state is already not taken as credible, right? And so the work of the historian is with everything that remains, whether we're talking about child's drawing, weaved flower, a poem that's written about one's neighborhood, and so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question. If there is, Kirsten, please.
Maria, you should feel free to go first if you. I know I've noticed that you've had your hand up a few times.
No, that's fine. You go first, and there's going to be enough time for me. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your talk. You gave a really good kind of account of why it is really important that when we go into archives, we understand the history of those archives, and we're able to think about, you know, all of the things that have led to the formation of those archives, and all of that, because otherwise we're going to make mistakes and fail to understand the histories. I was curious about access to these archives, which I think is another kind of aspect of archival practice. Can ordinary people go into these archives, or are they kind of restricted? Who do you apply to get into these archives, and so on? The point is there any restriction on the kind of history you can tell by using these archives?
So I'll tell you about the ones that I know. In terms of oral testimonies, they are accessible for the public. There is a website. It's called Palestine Remembered. There is the Poha Institute here. Everything is digitized. In terms of the drawings, all of that, you have these books and they are available in libraries. But the village books, they're very rare. So I have them because I know a historian who knows a historian who like scanned them, but they're not there for the public, not because of censorship, but just because they're not. Anyway, the ones that have to do with the historians also work with indictments that whenever every individual was put into investigation, they would see the list of indictments, the investigation that happened. These ones are restricted. But the historians that I work on live in Ramallah, so they live in the West Bank. They're in Birzeit University. They do have access from time to time. They go into investigation. They get imprisoned for a couple of days, unfortunately. But yeah, so the work with official documents is difficult. The work with other forms of testimonials, drawings, and so is much more accessible. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really interesting.
Thank you very much. My question is more related to the epistemology of this type of historical explanations, because you made a very good case for weakening the methodology. But with the weakening of the methodology or the changing of the methodology, there is also going to be a change in the explanation epistemology, right? So one of the reasons why we wanted something like Hegelian explanations were because they were epistemically very much robust. So they were very resistant. They were more or less fixed because they depended on laws and things like that. So I was wondering in these cases whether what we are going to end up with is something very weak or very defeasible. Because as you were saying, as much as we incorporate different testimonies and different evidences of testimony, like the drawings, like that are very susceptible of interpretation, even from the author themselves. So a child drawing something might change totally the perspective of what he was drawing after a couple of years, after a decade. And so all of these things are going to change through time, maybe making what we thought that was explanatory totally mistaken, or so what are your thoughts on this, please?
I agree with you. This is like one of the crucial challenge to what I've been working on. For now, I don't have a definite answer. I can tell you that we can stick to some pragmatic values in terms of coherence, scope, comprehensive account, and so. But I think at least the aspiration towards robustness was the problem why we ended up with the history from above. I think that we ought to be revisionist about history. If later on these accounts, at the end of the day, what does it mean for drawing to be relevant or irrelevant? Even here, relevancy would have a different approach. So I'm aware of this challenge. I'll be thinking about it more, but for now, this is the answer I have.
Thank you very much. And I think you can bite the bullet and say that, maybe the explanatory power is in a sense lower, but it's more flexible. It accommodates more phenomena and things like that. But no, I really enjoy your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria.
If there are any more questions, we can take a 15 minutes break. And please, let's thank Zainab before we leave and with a round of applause. And see you in 15 minutes. Drink some coffee, resist. We are still half of today's session, but remember, today is the last session. So we have to get as much as possible from this. See you in 15 minutes.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we are in the break, so
Oh, I thought I needed to, yeah. I was
Hi.
just waiting to test my
Yes, but the thing is, because you weren't here, we asked Natalia to present first. Would that be okay
sure.
with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect.
No
Sorry,
worries.
she was ready already. So
Yeah, no worries.
but
All
thank
good.
you. So, but you can try it now, so we can move smoothly from one presentation to the other. That would be very helpful. So if I think you can share your screen now. Perfect. So, yes, the idea is that there is no break between you two. So as soon as Natalia finishes and her Q&A, then we move to yours. Thank you very much, Bobby. So thank you, everybody, for being back and being so on time in this second part of the second day of this workshop. We had a slight modification in the program, so we are going to start with Natalia Zorrilla from McGill University. She's a postdoc there. And then we are going to move to the second talk of the piece of the chunk of the session, which is given by Bobby Boss from University of Cambridge. So first, Natalia would give us a talk titled Early Modern Feminism Approach to Misogynistic Bias in the Historical Archive. So Natalia, the floor is yours. You have half an hour, and then we have 20 minutes for your Q&A.
Okay, perfect. Can everyone see my
yes,
presentation?
But we still see it not yet in presentation mode. If that is something that you want to do, we see the page numbers, or I think that way is fine. I guess, yeah. It moves fine.
Oh, I understand what you
You
mean.
understand
Like
that? Yeah. Okay.
Fit.
No, full screen mode. I think that is it. No.
No,
I
wait.
would stop giving technical advice. I have no idea about this. So.
Okay. Though you can't see the slides, right? Because I cannot.
Not now.
No, now we only can see like the functions of the program that you can do. So why don't you stop sharing and try to share once again?
Okay, stop. Sorry about this, guys. Okay. Now?
Yes, now you're fine.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. It's but you can see it now though, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the technical issue. Thank you to Maria and Teresa for this wonderful opportunity to share my work with you. So my talk is titled Early Modern Feminist Approaches to Misogynistic Bias in the Historical Archive. And so I'm a historian of philosophers. So I would like to talk about two authors and explore. So the two authors will be Poulain de la Barre and Louis Dupin. So Poulain de la Barre, late, I would say, 17th century. Louis Dupin, first half of the 18th century. And so I would like to explore in this talk two approaches within early modern feminism to the historical archive. understood as available sources for reconstructing women's history and explaining gender inequality. So the first approach involves the creation of historical conjectures of human society. So let's see, here's the structure of the talk. So this first approach involves the creation of historical conjectures of human society, as I was saying, and these are highly speculative reconstructions of humankind's origins, which are detached from the pretension of empirical accuracy. And they are highly significant in an epistemic and a political sense because they seek to explain and denounce the genesis of gender inequality. And the second approach, conversely, reclaims empirical history for feminist ends and seeks to reconstruct women's history and dismantle essentialist myths about female inferiority. So I will explore these two approaches in François Poulain de Lavar's feminist treatises, but I will mainly focus on the L'égalité des deux sexes and in Louise Dupin's Des Femmes. And I will analyze their position on the trustworthiness and epistemic authority of historical sources, as well as their strategies for addressing misogynistic bias within their work. So first, a little bit of context, an overview of that intellectual context with regards to how history as a discipline, as a practice was understood at the time, in order to link this to their feminist approaches to the historical record. So these are the images of their works. So in the early modern period, the very concept of history was undergoing profound instability and transformation, driven by new epistemological demands for historical knowledge. And a major catalyst for this crisis was the rise of the Cartesian philosophical project, which redefined standards of certainty, simultaneously serving as a critical platform against prejudice that undermined previously accepted epistemic authorities. Descartes' quest for absolute certainty fueled historical Pyrrhonism, that is a skepticism about the possibility of producing evidence-based historical knowledge with an acceptable level of certainty. So this crisis of historical certainty was exacerbated by broader religious or secularization movements of the time. So think about, for instance, the Protestant Reformation and the emerging standards of modern science, which undermine the ideological hegemony of sacred history and cast doubt on the reliability of historical testimonies, as Daria Perinetti explains. Intellectuals interested in humankind's remote origins, particularly the origins of government and moral norms, faced a dilemma. Either admit the task was impossible due to a lack of reliable sources and thus succumbing to historical Pyrrhonism, or adopt a more modest, probabilistic methodology. So the debate about what can constitute a reliable historical source, for example, whether fables and myths are acceptable sources for historical reconstruction, was very polarizing at the time. Hence, the heavy focus on evidentiary analysis conducted by antiquarians, philologists as a necessary condition for historical research created a challenge for those historians and philosophers who wanted to retain the aspiration of offering an encompassing universal history of humankind. In this context, the emergence of the historical conjectural approach evinces a negotiation, and it can be understood as a methodological approach to the perceived lack of unreliable sources. This approach employs conjecture, so recent speculation, to reconstruct the initial state of humankind, precisely because empirical evidence was unavailable. Its method relies on backtracking. So philosophers began by observing the present state of society and then logically deduced a plausible initial state from which the current situation must have evolved. And by defining these hypothetical beginnings, they seek to explain how current arrangements came to be and ultimately delegitimize existing power relations and moral norms in the present. This made the study of the origins in early modern feminism an inherently political and ethical project. So let's talk a little bit about Poulain, Dupin, and their criticism of historians. So in De l'égalité des deux sexes, which was published in 1673, Poulain de la Barre leads a philosophical battle against the prejudice of women's inferiority. De l'égalité is the first part of what would become a kind of feminist trilogy with the publication of L'éducation des dames in 1674 and De l'excellence des hommes in 1675. In his feminist works, Poulain radicalizes the Cartesian epistemological project of revising inherited opinions and fighting prejudice via rational analysis of beliefs. According to him, the prejudice of women's inferiority has two main forms of expression. It exists as a vulgar opinion and as an expert opinion promoted by the savant. Each of these forms presents its challenges because, as Martina Reuter explains, Poulain recognizes that the disarticulation of prejudice cannot only rely on rational analysis, as prejudice are entrenched epistemic commitments reinforced by habits and customs. So when targeting the savants, specifically historians, Poulain de la Barre criticizes their lack of objectivity and foundational unreliability of their narratives, particularly when they speak about the purported inferiority of women, producing testimonies that, and I quote, are vain and useless. He seeks to untangle and reveal their bias to undo their epistemic authority. As Marie-Frédérique Pellegrin explains, the savants for Poulain are considered, and I quote her, cogs or gears in the mechanisms that are the intellectually and socially coercive institutions of the university and the clergy. They are like a veritable caste, zealous of its intellectual authority. So Pellegrin writes in French. I translated this myself, but so just to clarify. So historians exaggerate the virtues and advantages of their sex and conversely demean and weaken the merit of women, thus feeding their own self-interest or what Dupin will afterwards call male vanity. Okay. So according to Poulain, they base their conclusions not on truth, but on inherited errors and established norms. They join customary beliefs with the opinions of the ancients, upon whose unrevised authority their entire certainty is founded. And in doing so, they critically repeat and amplify a tradition of prejudice and error. So for him, however, the ancients were no less human than we are, nor less subject to error. They regard women with just as little reason as people do today, says Poulain. And he adds, this is so easy to recognize that we don't even need to give examples. So it's quite obvious for him. The way historians present information makes their bias highly influential because historians, he says, seem not to advance anything of their own accord, making their testimony less suspect. So they merely appear to be reporting historical facts when they build their biased misogynistic portraits of women. We also find, so let me just, this is the French text. Yeah. We also find a vehement criticism of the historian's misogynistic bias in Louise Dupin's magnum opus, if we can call it that, her Ouvrage sur les femmes, most commonly referred to as Des Femmes. So, Des Femmes is an extensive feminist treatise written during the 1740s and believed to have been abandoned by 1751. It was never finished by her. And like most of her writings, remained unpublished during her lifetime. So unfortunately, I won't really have a lot of time to talk about the history of the discovery and the reconstruction of this work, but it's all very recent. In late 2022, Frédéric Marty published a critical edition of Les Femmes, and in 2023, Angela Hunter and Rebecca Wilkin also published an English edition of a selection of passages. But they sort of had the very difficult task of reconstructing this work from many manuscripts that were found and were scattered throughout a lot of different archives, both in North America and in Europe. And Hunter and Wilkin actually described this work as the most substantial feminist treatise of the French Enlightenment. It's a very long essay, and Dupin, in Les Femmes, Dupin rigorously defends gender inequality and provides an exhaustive study of a wide array of philosophical, scientific, literary, legal, historical sources that aim to establish women's inferiority, dismantling their misogynistic claims with meticulous scholarship. So Dupin argues that the sexist prejudice against women has gradually intensified over the centuries as men's privileges steadily grew and accumulated. So let me show you this quote. So she believes that women's subjugation is a relatively modern phenomenon. So that the idea that women's laws of economic and legal rights has exponentially increased in the last century due to what she calls les usurpations modernes. But the attentive study of the past disproves the idea that this power imbalance between men and women is natural or transhistorical. And so like Poulain, Dupin recognizes that the production of historical knowledge entails a power struggle where historical narratives emerge to serve particular interests and compete, and they try to establish their hegemony. So she denounces historians who incur in bad practices in order to feed male vanity and disregard women's interests. So she says, I quote her, "No one protests false claims or gross omissions involving women. No one defends their interests. And the ignorance in which women have been raised for some time now prevents them from standing up for themselves. Thus, no piece of falsified or neglected history concerning women, nor any consequence extrapolated from that dubious historical record, encounters any obstacle today." This is the end of the quote. So while Poulain focuses on denouncing the ancient origins of women's subjugation, Dupin asserts that recent centuries have witnessed an alarming and exponential decline in women's rights, marking a significant historical regression rather than a simple continuation of age-old patterns of oppression. She denounces how contemporary scholars distort or give false accounts of the situation of women in the past, trying to paint women's dependency of men and the unequal legal rights of men and women as a transhistorical phenomenon. And to this end, Dupin writes, and this is my next quote, I'm using Hunter and Wilkin's English selection of passages, by the way. So she says, granted, it is quite common for an author to lend all of the colors and opinions of his own century to the one he's painting without even being aware of it. Yet, the fact remains that the kind of reflection that ensures against this problem is the foundation. Oh, what did I do? Sorry. Okay, here. Is the foundation of all good historical works. And just as we might apply this reflection to other historical matters, Should we not also apply it to subjects involving women, especially when historians are bent on making past centuries serve as an example to justify all kinds of exclusions imposed on women today? Okay, so let's talk about Poulain and Dupin and their conjectural approach to humankind's origins. So in order to study Poulin's historical conjecture within a generalized framework of early modern philosophy of history, it is necessary to emphasize, as Marie-Philippe Pellerin asserts, his genealogical imprint. Poulain uses a regressive approach, which instead of seeking to justify the legitimacy of the state of governmental authority, as is the case, for example, for contractarianists, he seeks to highlight the illegitimacy of modern forms of domination by revealing their violent origin. Let's see if I have certain passages there from his historical conjecture. So, according to him, women's submission is based on the law of the strongest, which means that it is not legitimate, but rather the consequence of power dynamics. At the beginning of the world, he says, women and men were equal in all areas of life. These idyllic origins of humanity predate any form of government, education, or religion. Couples who had children formed small families. Women relied on the help of men when they had to take care of the young children, which created a form of dependency that did not challenge, however, their egalitarian balance of power, according to Poulain. Nevertheless, as family units expand, especially when multiple generations live together in the same house, patriarchal authority emerges. So the larger the group, the more polarized the hierarchies of power. And two key factors determine positions within these hierarchies: gender and age, with the men and elders dominating. The sexual division of labor that stems from this power dynamic, where women submit to their husbands and children to their fathers, reinforces women's responsibility in domestic affairs. Okay. So the next step. Younger siblings who feel that they will always be in the shadow of their older brothers leave their homes in the hope of becoming the heads of their own families and gaining access to a freer future. They form alliances with other men in the same situation in order to acquire wealth and goods. These bands of conquerors plunder established families and reduce them to servitude, which further aggravates the enslavement of women who are treated as the spoils of war. According to Poulain, women did not participate in conquest or battle because of their humanitarian nature. So what about Dupin? So Dupin adopts a position that I described as, sorry, Maria, were you saying something? Okay, yeah, thanks. So she describes a position that she adopts a position that I describe as critical continuity with Poulain, which implies a double innovation in relation to her predecessor. On one hand, Dupin first takes up Poulin's strategy of proposing a hypothetical reconstruction of the origins of human social organization, but modifies Poulin's conjecture to radicalize his egalitarian claim. On the other hand, the author of Des Femmes will encourage archival work from various historical sources to look for concrete examples of women, laws, and customs, all with the aim of proving that the subjugation of women is a progressive and mainly modern phenomenon. That is to say, more gradual than Poulain seems to imagine. And she believes that it has been strongly consolidated in a relatively recent period. So Dupin's historical conjecture is distinguished at first glance by the description of a more egalitarian beginning of society in terms of gender, where motherhood does not constitute the entry into dependency for women as Poulain seems to assume. So let me show you just, yeah. Dupin reconstructs or constructs an image of the origins where patriarchal hierarchy and misogynistic prejudice does not yet exist. So she hypothesizes that families and communities could have been led and governed indifferently by men or women according to the dignity, reputation, age, and merit of each of the candidates. Dupin radicalizes Poulin's egalitarian approach. Women could be political as well as military authorities, according to her. We may infer this from the fact that long after these imaginary beginnings, we observe women waging war alongside their male comrades and even in all-female communities. Moreover, Dupin rejects the idea that men have a significant advantage over women because of their physiological constitution. For the author of the Femme, the stage of conquest was also decisive because it showed that by satisfying the ambition of territorial conquest, the old codes that maintained the balance of power between members of a community were broken, and oppressive relations, like a master and slave, were thus made possible. So male territorial invasion is coupled with a narcissistic, passionate expansion. So Dupin aims to account for this progressive evolution with the help of historical examples, by which she strives to demonstrate that in ancient times, women had an undisputed presence occupying positions of power on an equal footing with men. When she analyzes the history of Christianity, for example, she shows that in the first centuries, the apostles, priests, and some of the holy figures were married and had children, and that deaconesses fulfilled the same functions of priesthood as deacons. Her reasoning deduces the existence and function of these women in part from the latter prohibitions that decreed the exclusion of women from these positions. So what she's thinking is, if there had been no deaconesses, why would it have been necessary to ban them, right? So for Dupin, the prohibition of the church's ministry to women is a consequence of the imposition of celibacy on priests. And she talks about the Council of Trent as a severe blow to the freedom of nuns by ordering enclosure in women's religious orders who were placed under the control of the bishops. Yeah. Okay. She also talks about military orders, so female military orders, and she gives examples of ancient civilizations that were ruled by women, by queens. So this is just some examples. I won't have time to go over everything, but I just wanted to show you a little bit of her reconstructive work for the history of women in the Femme. So she says the tradition of the Ethiopians was to be ruled by queens who themselves led their armies while their husbands remained in their palaces. Based on these characteristics, we can conclude that the Ethiopian government was genocratic. And she also gives the example of the Amazons as a female society, an all-female society whose existence she did not doubt. She believed that they existed. And she even recognizes some contemporary examples. So for instance, this all-female society in what we would now call Chilean territories. Okay, so to conclude, if early modern feminist thought resorts to conjecture to imagine a history of the origins of humanity, it is because it distrusts androcentric narratives and archives, historical artifacts constructed to conceal the value of women and the genealogy of gender inequality. Poulin's historical conjecture, as well as his feminist exegesis of key passages of the scriptures, inspired Dupin to delve into the archives to try to reconstruct women's history. Indeed, okay, here's my conclusion. Indeed, Dupin takes into account many cultures from different parts of the world to do this. Her sources are truly eclectic and, in most cases, as the author herself admits, contain an androcentric bias that makes them unreliable as legitimate sources of historical knowledge. But Dupin's work is, I quote Hunter and Wilkin here, a vast program of feminist recovery. So rather than rejecting adverse sources shaped by patriarchal bias, she engages with them critically to challenge their authority and deactivate their effects, try to repurpose them for her feminist project. So by creating historical conjectures, early modern feminists endeavored to retrieve an egalitarian remote age of humankind in order to show that patriarchal oppression need not be an inexorable destiny of humanity. And so I have a quote that I really love from Claudine Poulouin, where she says, the origin, this is my translation again, the origin, a primitive scene that has been erased but still organizes time, is long after universal history has been stripped of meaning, seen as the only way to reconstruct the unity and totality of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for such an interesting talk. So let's move to the Q&A. People, go to the reactions, raise your hand, and ask questions for something like 15 to 18 minutes. So, Teresa, please.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia, for this wonderful talk. I really enjoyed it. I was wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the discovery and reconstruction of Dupin's treatise.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the FAM is actually compiled, I mean, created, I would say. It's based on, I don't know, I think it's a lot of manuscripts, a lot of drafts, propedeutic material, like preparatory material. So one of the reasons that these manuscripts were preserved was that they were handwritten, many of them were handwritten by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who at the time of the writing and the preparation of this essay was Dupin's secretary. So, so this is one of the main reasons why they were preserved. So she dictated this sort of drafts to him, and he also, we can also assume that he did a lot of the archival work in which the FAM is based upon. And so they were auctioned in the 1950s. They were auctioned and they were sold to private collectionists and then to some libraries, like I was saying, across North America and Europe. And so they were scattered at that moment all around the world. And I think there's a sort of a catalog that was prepared by Seneschal at the time. Frédéric Marty, in 2022, he published sort of the first modern edition of this really long, extensive treatise. And Angela Hunter and Angelica Wilkin also. But it's like, to give you an idea, I think Marty's book has like, I don't know, more than 400 pages or something. And then, there are different versions of different articles. So for instance, the discours préliminaire has different versions. So he sort of Martí published a different version separately from this 2022 edition. Yeah, so the treatise is divided into four parts, but it's really an effort to reconstruct women's history and to fight this sort of misogynistic history of women that had culturally, historically prevailed. She analyzes she analyzes the sort of, or she criticizes the idea that women are inferior in terms of physiology. Then she goes on to study history, legal rights, morality. So yeah, so it's quite extensive, and but she abandons this at some point in her life and decides. I mean, she never publishes it so I mean, as far as I know. So yeah.
Thank
you very
Natalie.
much to the two of you. Kirsten, please.
Yeah, thanks. That was really interesting. I'm curious about kind of how Dupin fits in with other women authors. I mean, not necessarily from her time period. It struck me that as she was speaking, it struck me that a lot of her strategy was very reminiscent of even people like Christine de Pizan's City of Ladies, right, where she says all these men keep telling us that women are bad and not good at things and so on, and then she goes through and kind of lists woman after woman throughout history who has been either kind of morally good or or a scholar and so on. And so she kind of does this history to kind of to disprove what these men are saying. And you've got other women throughout history kind of going head to head with the male scholars and kind of going through. I mean, I'm also thinking of kind of von Sherman, who kind of carefully goes through the syllogisms that the men are putting forward about why women shouldn't be educated, and kind of going through them premise by premise and refuting them and things like this. And so I guess I'm just kind of curious about what the broader picture is here. Is she being influenced by these kinds of writings to kind of do this kind of work? Are other women engaging with her?
Sorry, the last thing you said was if other women were engaging with her, or
yeah, with her work or with her.
So that, I mean, I'm not sure because like I was saying, this wasn't really published, and I'm not sure if that circulated in a manuscript form. I don't have any notice of that I can remember. But so as to your question about the broader picture, I mean, you're right that it's I think in previous feminist writings, what you can find is the use of historical examples to disprove this idea that women were not virtuous, that women were not, didn't have any intellectual talent, that women were not strong warriors. And so, so this was, yeah, it appears in many of these feminist texts. Even from the Querelle des Femmes. So yeah, I see the connection there, I guess. But in Dupin's case, I would say it's not just about showing that exceptional women existed. I'm not saying that Christine de Pisano, Marie de Gournay, or Van Schurman, or whoever did this. I'm not. But I think in Dupin's case, it's more about showing that the general picture about women was that they were, at least in ancient times, that they were living in more of an equal position with regards to men and in terms of power. And so not just about women who were exceptional, so not just about what women could be, right, if they had the proper education, but I think her hypothesis is more radical than that. So what she's saying is women, actually what the past shows us is that women, were as powerful as men at some, in some cultures at some point because she also, this is something that really complicates things, I guess, but it's also why her text is so rich and interesting, is that she really makes a point of examining different cultures, different territories, different historical times. So it's the text is very complex in that, I would say, in that regard. And I was thinking about yesterday's session where we were talking about incommensurability. I think it was Evelyn's talk. She was talking about logical incommensurability, and then with Hanik, the point also came up about cultural incommensurability. And so she's with Dupin. I struggle with this because she analyzes so many different cultures that it's really difficult to see the unified criteria for the evaluation that she makes. And in my opinion, she really she has a very complicated stance on racialized women under colonial domination. So that's another, I mean, I didn't talk about this, but so I think for her, these women represent the model of the strong natural women. So what could have been of women if civilization had not really weakened them? So it's a sort of a different problem. But it's there as well.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Thank you very much, Kirsten. And thank you, everybody. Please, let's thank Natalia with a round of applause. Before doing that, Valeria has a question. Aurelia has a question. And I will ask you to be more or less precise and concrete because we have not that much time. So, Aurelia.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. I was intrigued by this idea, and I think Zainab also touched upon it. Not the construction of knowledge through archives, but actually the construction of ignorance through archives. The fact that most of the remains we have left usually tend to support a single or a dominant point of view. And that's also a common problem in historiography, the need to have to go against the grain and also to hold upon like very few evidence actually to see a different point of view. So that leaves us with, like in Zainab's example, there is this deliberate production of ignorance. And I wanted to know like how you see that in the case of women. How does it work? And and like the status we can give to this little evidence that we have, for example, of different points of view about women. Thank you.
But you mean in Poulain and Dupin's works?
Well, yeah. I mean, you think it's a deliberate, like what? I mean, they were obviously fighting against the dominant point of view, and I don't know. I find it interesting that it like your example gives us a very good counter example, but it's also I don't know how like if you can generalize it, or how do you use it, or is it like exceptional, for example?
No, for sure that I mean both of them say in their works that misogyny is a very pervasive prejudice, and it's like widespread, and particularly Dupin characterizes it as a delusion. So it's very, you know, it's sort of a very strong description. But what they try to do is really analyze sort of the passions, right? How it came to be that, how it comes to be that some men and some women are really so engaged in defending women's inferiority. Sorry, okay. So yeah, they treat these as a delusion, but it's everywhere for them. It's in the gendered education that women receive, like what Gournay will call mauvaise éducation. It's in the way they are, you know, relinquished to motherhood and do not have any sort of space for personal development. Yeah, I would say, and that for them, that is that causes a series of problems because how do you fight philosophically an opinion that is, in their view, easily destructed by rational analysis? I mean, if you just by common sense, and Dupin will use this expression, common sense. So it's not just in the archives; it's in, you know, in everyday interactions. But the problem is that women are, in their view, always depicted as, you know, vicious or evil. There's always this sort of in history, in historians' account. Sorry, I think my son just woke up, so if you hear him, he's 2.5. Sorry. So yeah, I would say that there's a problem there. How to deal with this philosophically? It's like I was saying at the beginning of the talk. It's following Martina Reuter. It's an entrenched commitment. It's not just, you know, the philosophical discussion of are men and women equal in intellectual or deliberative capacities. It's much more than that. So yeah, I don't know if.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Aurelia. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. And now let's thank Natalia publicly with clapping in reactions. So now let's move to the next speaker, Bobby Voss, who is going to bring some conceptual engineering to the discussion. So, Bobby. We can see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, there we go. So I am now sharing the screen. Yeah, thank you, everyone. This has been really interesting.
So you have half an hour. I will, do you want me to let you know, or do you think you can?
That's okay. I will set a timer. I think I won't actually be needing quite the full half hour, I think. So, but that's okay. We can see how it goes.
Well, the floor is yours. And in case you get very close to the half an hour, I will let you know. But if not, just keep going.
Thank you. Thank you. And oh yeah, I should mention also my affiliation has changed somewhat in the meantime. So I'm currently postdoc at Ghent University. So I'll be giving this presentation under the aegis of that university. So having said that, okay. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you today about part of my research that's sort of come up as a side project over the course of various other more substantial projects I've been doing under the banner of historically informed philosophy of science, in particular exploring the boundary between historical approaches and formal approaches to philosophy of science. So that is also the broad perspective that I'll be approaching this topic from. And I'd like to talk to you today about this notion of historical macro unit in particular, and argue that this might have a renewed role within historically informed philosophy of science in a way that it hasn't had such a role for the last couple decades. Okay, so yeah, the aim of this talk is twofold, more specifically. To highlight an aspect of the distinctive style of historical philosophy of science that rose to prominence, well, in particular in the 60s and the 70s of the last century, so 1960s, 1970s, also still a little bit in the 80s, depending on how broadly we go. And that distinctive aspect, or that distinctive style, consists in the use of various kinds of analytical concepts around which to structure one's historical account of scientific inquiry, that I will refer to here as historical macro units. I will have a bit more to say about this this term later in a minute. But for now, I'd like to just highlight that this is one of the distinctive aspects of this style of historically informed philosophy of science that I would like to say a bit more about. And then second, to argue that the use of such historical macro units to structure one's historical account of science, while largely outmoded or out of vogue in modern approaches to historical philosophy of science and integrated HPS more broadly, may nevertheless find a new purpose when viewed through this particular methodological lens of conceptual engineering. And again, I'll have a bit more to say about this in a few minutes. You can also take here the dual perspective of Carnapian explication, which is a perspective that many people within the conceptual engineering community also take when it comes to pinning down their view on philosophical method. And so that is also a focus that I will be following in this talk today. So it's a simple structure for today's talk. First, I'll say a bit more about this notion of historical macro unit. Then I'll say a bit more about this method of, well, as I was saying just now, Carnapian explication in particular, since that is the lens through which I'll be approaching this broader project of conceptual engineering, although these specific methodological differences will not play a big role today, I should also say in advance. And then lastly, I will say a few things about how I think taking this methodological perspective may allow for a new role for historical macro units in contemporary approaches to historically informed philosophy of science. Okay, so having said that, let me tell you a bit more then about what I mean by historical macro units. So if we adopt a toy narrative on the history of modern philosophy of science, so I say modern here intentionally, We can always include earlier stuff as well, but at least looking at the 20th century, right, and we see this in a lot of introductions to philosophy of science, logical empiricism, who then interacts also with adjacent scholars like Popper, and it might be contentious to place Quine here, but for simplicity's sake, I have done so. And then this is a status quo until right about the 60s when Kuhn comes along, and this then starts off a wide variety of different turns in philosophy of science, as well as various other developments. So, and I've done my best to summarize it in an entertaining and sketchy way here. So we see then in this post-positivist period of the 1960s to roughly the 1990s. And again, we may have debates on the exact dates here, which are not relevant for present purposes. But we see then here in this post-positivist era various developments, one of which being a particular type of historical philosophy of science that to a lot of people engaging in historically informed philosophy of science today will also feel quite clear. It will also be quite clear that we saw here, so in this period, in this post-positivist period, starting in the 60s, we see here a distinctive style of historical philosophy of science that in various ways feels quite different from a lot of the stuff people are working on today when they are working on the intersection of philosophy and history of science. Be that under the banner of integrated HPS explicitly or more, or in a more general sense. And so then we might ask, well, what is it that makes this particular style of historical philosophy of science so distinctive? And without wishing to generalize too much, because of course, even within this time period, we find a rich variety of different approaches. But if we were to highlight a few characteristic features of historical philosophy of science in this time period, two spring to mind. So one being that to a large extent, a lot of historically informed work during this post-positivist period was still motivated by a desire, and here we see the sort of the remnants of the demarcation debate also rearing its head. But more generally as well, we still see here a broad desire to provide big picture views on the nature of science. So whereas for the positivists, or logical empiricists, I should say, this big picture view consisted in then pinning down a view on scientific method and theory. In this post-positivist era, we then see these big picture views being constructed around distinctive pictures of scientific change. And then the second, and this is the more interesting one for today, the second really interesting and distinctive feature of historical philosophy of science within this time period was that these historical accounts often revolve around the use of various newly minted analytical concepts. The pun intended, the paradigmatic instance of such an newly minted analytical concept was, of course, Kuhn's very notion of paradigm itself. So taking this to be our exemplar, we might refer to this broader category of analytical concepts that arose during the post-positivist era of historical philosophy of science as historical macro units. And I call them macro units to emphasize that these are concepts that are meant to encode various very high level, so macro level features, and I say this here as well, various macro level features of the historical context in which various pieces of scientific knowledge and practices were embedded within a particular era. So I already mentioned Kuhn's paradigms. This will be the familiar example. So we have another familiar example of a historical macro unit in the form of Lacatosian research programs, of course. Slightly less well known, but still up there in terms of prototypical examples of macro units. So Larry Laudan's notion of a research tradition, of a slightly different variety, but still falling under the category, we find Ian Hacking's styles of scientific reasoning. And if we move beyond analytic philosophy of science proper, although even there in that setting, there are more examples to to highlight, but even going beyond that, we find various other examples of macro units emerge during this time period. So we can think within history of science proper. We have of course Holton's notion of thema. We have Foucault's notion of episteme. So all of these notions, and that's why I bundle them together here under this heading of historical macro units. We see in the use of such concepts, as diverse as they are, various attempts to codify and bundle together selected aspects of the historical context of scientific knowledge in a way so as to make them analytically tractable. Okay, so like I said at the outset, the use of concepts of this kind was a distinctive hallmark of historical philosophy of science of this time period, 60s, 70s, 80s. But today, you won't find too many philosophers structuring their historical accounts of science around such concepts. So there's an interesting question here from a historical point of view. If we look at the history of philosophy of science, well, what caused the fall from grace of this particular mode of historical philosophy of science? And here, if you look at the literature, we can identify at least two major reasons underlying the downfall of these concepts. So one major reason is the fact that in a lot of cases, especially in the straight up analytic philosophy of science cases, we find that that the use of such historical macro units is embedded or comes hand in hand with the adherence to a more general theory of scientific change. So for Kuhn, Lakatos, and Lauden, this was, of course, for each one of them, this was also the case, that their use of their distinctive historical macro units was embedded within this higher level theory of scientific change. And as such general theories of scientific change lost their own appeal within the discipline for various other related reasons, which we will not get into here today, the use of such historical macro units naturally dwindled as well. There's, however, also a second and more conceptually interesting reason underlying the downfall of such concepts. So on conceptual grounds, so even when we divorce historical macro units from the theories of scientific change in which they're embedded, we see that a lot of criticisms, even around the time that these concepts were first being introduced, was aimed at their analytical tractability. So speaking of Kuhn's notion of paradigm, in a 1964 review of Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Dudley Shapiro notes that anything that allows science to accomplish anything can be a part of or be somehow involved in a paradigm. And he then concludes that the explanatory value of the notion of paradigm is suspect. Similarly, Nick Jardine, in a review of Larry Lauden's book, Progress and Its Problems, notes that Lauden's notion of research tradition is so vaguely defined as to cover almost any imaginable conglomeration of theories. Okay, so we see now some compelling reasons for why the use of historical macro units petered out as philosophy of science took new turns after the 1980s. So what I would like to say now and to go into now is how this situation, how in light of this situation we are to think of the use of a potentially renewed use of historical macro units within philosophy of science. And here, as announced at the start, I think that, or I would like to argue that, if we adopt the methodological lens of conceptual engineering and application in particular, we do in fact find that in spite of the problems of these past problems with historical macro units, we find that they may nevertheless serve a new function in philosophy of science. So just a few introductory words then on this method of explication, which I said is the lens through which I'll be approaching conceptual engineering. So conceptual engineering broadly, I just give here my one-line definition, the idea that we construe concepts not as objects in need of elucidation so as to unveil their true essence, but as tools with which to accomplish certain practical goals. There have been many, and there are many ongoing debates on the exact nature of conceptual engineering. I'm bracketing all of those for today. But I will note that in the literature, we do find at least two broad strands of work inspired by conceptual engineering, namely conceptual engineering in the sense of Carnapian explication, and then the other one being conceptual engineering in the sense of ordinary language philosophy. So the first one of these is the one that I will focus on here. So inspired by a method sketched by Rudolf Carnap in various of his works. The method of explication consists in the replacement of a vague concept, the explicandum, by a more precise one, the explicatum. And the explicatum then is appraised in a very pragmatic way. In particular, there's these four standard desiderata that then get brought up. Namely, we evaluate explicatum in terms of its practical fruitfulness relative to some predefined goals. And we judge this along with the simplicity of the explicatum, so you don't want your new concept to be vastly more complex. Or rather, I should say, all things being equal, we want to go with the simplest explicatum as opposed to a more complicated one. We can judge exactness and also similarity to the original concept that we were analyzing, so similarity to the explicandum. And there are some classic examples here, of course. And people familiar with the literature will know all these examples. So classic ones discussed by Carnap himself, the replacement of the vague concept of fish by the scientific concept of Pisces. Mathematically, we can replace the number 1 by a more rigorous set theoretic definition of number. And even in modern work on conceptual engineering and also explication, we find people offering various explications of concepts such as gender and race. So this is a very sketchy outline of this methodological perspective. But even on that sketchy view, I think there's already a few upshots we can take away for the use of historical macro units. So first upshot is that we may retroactively construe the proliferation of different historical macro units in the 60s and 70s as attempts to provide explications of the amorphous notion of historical context in which different scientific theories and practices are embedded. And then secondly, and this is particularly interesting here, we may evaluate historical macro units then also in line with the strictures of explication. So evaluate macro units in terms of how well they fulfill certain practical criteria relative to the theory of science in which they appear. And this lens now allows us to not only retrospectively reconceptualize this proliferation of historical macro units, but also to see a new place for them within the practice of philosophy of science. So what might this consist in? Well, it already, adopting this methodological lens already sort of preempts various other more general worries people might raise with the use of historical macro units, also in relation to whether or not the use of such concept is savory from the perspective of employing actors categories. So here I will note as the first and general point that construing of historical macro units as applications of the more vague notion of historical context allows us to bracket thorny issues surrounding realist or anti-realist apprehensions we might have around notions such as paradigms, research programs, or research traditions. And then second, and in a more specific vein, we might also note that by construing of historical macro units as explicata of the explicandum of historical context, this shows us we can already rule out as being useful various various past instances of historical macro units. So I have here in mind, in particular, Kuhn's notion of paradigm in the sense of a disciplinary matrix, which Kuhn himself famously defined as being as including almost everything relevant in a scientific theory's historical context. And we might also include under the category of macrounits that are too broad, Laudan's notion of research tradition. But conversely, we then find that other historical macrounits, such as Kuhn's notion of exemplar, paradigm in the sense of exemplar, and even Lakatos' notion of research program, do fit the bill as notions that can serve as useful applications of historical context. So yes. So having said this, the upshot then of adopting the method of explication and viewing macrounits through that lens is that we can now evaluate a historical macrounit based on how well it serves different practical purposes. And here I argue we can identify two particular practical roles for historical macrounits in philosophy of science. So the first of these is the famous one, and the role for which these macrounits, as we've seen, have been originally developed. So there's the narrative role. I'm not very attached to these labels, by the way. I just chose them because they seem to be to convey most easily what is going on. So a narrative role. So how well does a historical macrounit allow us to articulate a theory of scientific change? But crucially, we can also identify within various other smaller strands of the literature a distinct relativizing role for historical macrounits. And in that role, we ask how well does a historical macrounit allow us to relativize, I should say, the definition of important metascientific concepts to the historical context in which the instances of such concepts are embedded. So yeah, I see I have about 10 minutes, so or 9 minutes actually. So, but that's fine. So picking up on that observation that we can make a distinction between these different roles for historical macrounits, I then advance the claim, which I will illustrate briefly in the next few minutes, but the claim being that by explicitly relativizing definitions of metascientific concepts to a certain instance of a historical macrounit, we can minimize historical bias in our philosophical definitions of important metascientific concepts. This comes with a caveat, namely that this will often require us to articulate historical macrounits with more precision than is traditionally done in this post-positivist body of work. But I want to now, before I wrap this up, I want to then illustrate this claim in the next few minutes by offering an example, and this is one of my favorite examples of how how rational reconstruction or Carnapian explication and historically informed philosophy of science may be brought together. So consider the concept of scientific theory together with the adjacent concept of intertheoretic reduction and the famed notion of incommensurability as explicated by Wolfgang Steckmüller in the context of the set theoretic formalism that was being developed in the 70s and 80s within the context of the wider program of Munich structuralism. People don't need to be familiar with this program for what comes next, because I will sketch it real quick. So as part of this program, we can give a definition of the metascientific concept of theory. So this will then look something like this. So a theory consists of a theory core K together with a class of intended applications I, and then this theory core itself is a set theoretic entity consisting of the various quantities relevant for the theory at hand, defined by means of various set theoretic axioms. So here you have this example for how this would look like for classical particle mechanics. Okay, so this is just real quick to illustrate what this definition might look like on its own. And so crucially, as part of this program, and I will not go over all the details here right now, but what I want to hint at here is that by explicitly treating this notion of paradigm as something that is to be explicated in set theoretic terms, so Steckmuller and the subsequent structuralists give this definition, this historicized definition of scientific theory by appeal to the underlying notion of paradigm that he offer here. So, and it goes a bit in reverse order. So you start off by giving, and I see I have a few minutes left, so I'm aware of the time. So yeah, so they start off by then generalizing the flat definition of theory, explicitly including historical components involving the scientific community, SC, as well as the specific historical time period reflected here by H. And then, well, as you can see here, they give this extended definition of the notion of scientific theory, which then includes the intention by the scientific community to apply the theory core K to this class of intended applications over the course of time period H. Building off this historicized definition, they then define or explicate, I should say, the notion of paradigm in a very precise way. So for interest of time, I will not go into these details here, but I can do that in the Q&A if people want. And so I just want to then highlight that this was a highly successful, well, that at least parts of this application may be deemed as highly successful. So in particular, it allowed Steckmuller to attenuate, to tackle the famous criticism of Kuhn's theory of scientific change, namely that two incommensurable theories are not amenable to rational comparison. So using the definitions, not quite like this, but similar to this, he showed that we can tease apart a notion of incommensurability in the sense of intertranslatability, which is then distinct from the adjacent notion of reducibility between theories. And so we may secure rational comparison by maintaining the reducibility of one theory to another, while still permitting for incommensurability in the sense of the untranslatability of two theories. Okay, so here I'm just saying that Kuhn himself also endorsed this explication of the notion of paradigm, and that in that sense, then it was not just an exercise in pure formalism, but that it addressed some very pressing concerns that were alive within the wider community of historical philosophers of science. There he is. But there, and here I just hint at some aspects of this explication that leave room for improvement. So I won't get into that right now. Instead, I will just sum up some concluding thoughts. So once upon a time, historical macro units were characteristic of historical approaches to philosophy of science. Two important reasons for the downfall of historical macro units were their connections with general theories of scientific change and their overall conceptual vagueness. The first of these can be avoided by realizing that historical macro units may play a narrative role as well as a more general relativizing role in the analysis of metascientific concepts. So we're not tied to only consider historical macro units in the context of theories of scientific change. And then lastly, the second criticism of the use of macro units can be attenuated by explicitly framing historical macro units as explications of the vague notion of historical context in which scientific theories and practices are embedded. And by doing so, which I've now very quickly hoped to show with this Steckmuller example, and by doing so, we can minimize historical bias in philosophical definitions of important metascientific concepts. And so on that note, I will leave things, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Thank you for your talk. What about if we clap for Bobby? And remember, go to reactions, raise your hand, and then we can move to the Q&A. It would be better if you stop sharing your screen.
Oh, yes. There we go.
Perfect. So questions, people, please raise your hands. Andres?
Hi, Bobby. I hope you're very well. Thank you for your talk. I'm just curious about how would this macro unit, this proposal that you're making, would handle cases where even though you have mathematical structures, they are not unified nor reduced. I am thinking in the case of dark matter, and there you have at least three sound proposals. One is black holes, the other is scalar fields, and the other one is these so-called WIMPs. And so there you need to make a history where you can somehow make comparisons, because these concepts have some interplay between them, some epistemic interplay between them. How would this proposal would handle this kind of history?
Right. Thanks for that. So, so the very brief answer to that would be just that those kinds of differences in structure would be would be not quite at the level of what you're trying to capture then in this more higher level kind of historical macro unit. Because on the face of it, these would then be three different contemporaneous theories. So then you would just have a difference in theoretical structure that is then underlying, underneath which you still then have this broader historical context, which would be shared and would be encoded within this macro unit. But the slightly longer and interesting response would be that maybe this illustrates an ongoing worry in the definition of these historical macro units, which is namely that how broadly or how finely, or well, yes, how broadly or how narrowly do you define a macro unit? So, and this has been an ongoing point of discussion as well with the use of paradigms versus research programs, for example. Do we only permit that at any given point in history there can only be one instance of, say, a paradigm relative to a scientific community, or can there be several, right? And so examples like this very nicely illustrate, I think. So I don't have a clear-cut answer to that. So I just want to say this illustrates the need to keep in mind that ongoing conceptual question of, well, how narrowly or how broadly do you define a macro unit, and then can examples like yours, do they exist in the same one or in different ones? So yeah.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Bobby. Meanwhile, somebody else raises their hand. I want to follow up on Andres' question and express the worry of these three cases. Well, there are three different explanations or three different models, however you want to press the issue forward. They share, the intuition is that they share something, the idea that they are black matter phenomena reconstructed theoretically, right? So when we characterize them as very different theoretical bodies, then it seems that the most intuitive thing that related them at the beginning is lost. And now we have three different conceptual constructions that are focused on the mathematical structure, maybe informed by other commitments, but ideally they now don't look alike. And that seems problematic, right? Because then it seems that you are caught in part of the historical context in which these things were proposed in science, in order to say, well, you can only focus on them like very isolated. in each case. And ideally, we wouldn't want that when understanding scientific products.
Right. I have a reply which I'm not completely sure whether it picks up on whether it picks up on your point, but maybe what I can say that might preempt this kind of worry is that so I've now given one example, right, of how you can view this notion of paradigm as an explication of a vague explicandum, with the Steckmuller example, and then showing that, oh, if you explicate it in these set theoretic terms, and I appreciate my discussion was quite brief as well, but then the point was, and oh yeah, if you explicate it in these set theoretic terms, even though that might then distort and then take apart or put together various aspects of these different theories that we might want to keep together or might want to keep separate. But by having explicated it in this way, using this set theoretic apparatus, we see that it's a very useful instrument to think about concepts like intertheoretic translatability and the notion of what it means for a theory to be reducible to another theory, right? So in that context, and relative to those purposes, this would be a natural way of going about explicating these concepts. Now, if you have other examples, like with the examples that were brought up, right? And that's also part of the point that I want to make, is that if you have a very practical goal, namely I want to have a historical macro unit that accurately reflects these and these and these elements of this big, vague, amorphous notion of historical context in which these theories have been formulated, then you should absolutely also embrace the freedom to look at other historical macro units altogether. So they don't have to be paradigms; they can be research programs as well. And then going further, you don't have to explicate them using set theoretic terms, but you can explicate them using other terms that will do justice to the particular differences between the theories that you're then interested in examining. So I don't know if that helps, but yeah, that's the broad comment that came to mind.
My concern there, and then I move to Kirsten, sorry, would be that suddenly the tools that you are using are going to be more general, because you said, let's move from using set theoretical machinery, and then what are we going to move to category theory, which is going to be too abstract to capture anything that we actually want to capture? Because it seems that what we want to capture is the detail, but also the relation between connecting these macro units relevantly as they occur relevantly connected in the actual history of science, right? And so if we change the formal tool that we are taking for approaching them, maybe what is going to happen is that actually we are going to lose all the connection that we wanted.
Well, so I appreciate this worry. It's also just indicative of a high level worry, I'd say, about how much. So to the extent that we link explication now to the use of formal tools, which I have done in my presentation. Of course, you don't have to necessarily do that, but if we follow with that commitment, then yeah, there is a high level worry about, well, how much relevant historical context can you truly encode using these types of tools, be they set theoretical or otherwise. I'm relatively optimistic personally. Also, if you look at recent work in formal approaches to social epistemology, I'd say. But I mean, I appreciate, and I'm not gesturing very broadly to what's out there. But for now, I'll just say that, yeah, in light of the landscape of possible tools available to us, I am optimistic, but I appreciate that there's a high level worry there.
Thank you very much. And now, Kirsten, please.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. I guess I'm not sure if I have a kind of a fully fledged question here. This is more me expressing I guess my state of mind while I'm trying to think about these things. I'm sort of torn because on the one hand, when I'm, thinking about these, sorry, I'm blanking on what you call the meta
macro units.
Macro units. Sorry, macro units. On the one hand, I kind of end up sort of saying, well, I'm not sure that there's a place in present day philosophy of science really for these kinds of terms. I mean, haven't we all specialized now? And what we really need are kind of local concepts rather than general concepts. So on the one hand, I'm kind of very suspicious of these kinds of general concepts and their use. And I also have this kind of worry that, we tend to use these kinds of concepts when we're teaching our undergrads, and then they're such easy concepts for them to grasp that they become really deeply entrenched, and then they make it really difficult for those students to kind of grasp more subtle ideas further down the line. So I've got a bunch of concerns about the use of macro units in general. But then on the other hand, surely if these historical macro unit concepts are going to be of any use to us, it's because they're so vague. And if I'm wanting to talk about, I don't know, Newtonianism or something, I can go, well, the paradigm or research program or whatever you want to call it, however you want to package this, that's fine. Let's use it as kind of vague term, and then I can let it kind of do some work for me or something. So I'm not sure that this move of saying, well, look, we can use these to explicate things, like they can play this important role. I'm not sure that that's the role we want them to be playing. So I don't know. Can you help me to feel more comfortable about this?
That's a good question. I don't know if I can, but so I appreciate that also, and so I try to sort of sell you on this idea, right, by saying that no, even if you're not committed to thinking that there's this big pattern in the way science develops, even then there might be a role for them. And then I argued for that. And I know it was a bit sketchy, but arguing for that by saying that no, they can play a more general role in the way we then give philosophical definitions of these important concepts, like the concept of theory and related concepts. Even that move itself already presupposes a kind of, which I didn't really make explicit, but it already presupposes a certain attachment to the value of general philosophy of science and how viable it is in general to give general definitions of these various concepts. So, without wishing to go on a metaphilosophical tangent that will take us too far astray, but yeah, here I just think it does come down to a matter of taste and sensibility, philosophical sensibility, which I would love to also give a more extended defense or motivation of at some point. But I appreciate that if you're also approaching this from the more broader, just informed by a lot of the current excellent stuff that's going on that takes all these more local approaches. It's totally fair to have this type of skepticism. So if the level of concern is at the level of, well, what point, how viable is general philosophy of science understood in this way, right? Then this will require more elaborate defense on my end. So what I'm saying here already presupposes that you buy in a little bit into the viability of this general project. Thanks.
Well, thank you all for this very interesting couple of talks. And let's thank Bobby, everybody, with reactions and clapping. And let's say thank you. Now we have a break. So what about, we are a little bit ahead. So what about we take 7 minutes and we come back at something 40, depending on wherever you are. So 7 minutes and we come back, okay? For Dubian's talk, my talk, and then we go to bed or we go to eat or whatever your time zone permits.
Could I contest? What about 15 minutes, please?
Okay, if Dubian needs 15 minutes, then we take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
See you in 15. Bye. So hello everybody, we are back. And we are back for the last part of this workshop. It has been amazing to have you all here. Let's say something about Kirsten commitment. You have been not only present in all talks, but very engaged. That's amazing. That's, I think, something that more people in academia should be doing. So thank you very much. And now, Dubian, can you share your screen? Can we test that, please? So great. Now we are in the last chunk of this day, and we want to thank you all for being here, for those who had committed since the morning, very early morning in Mexico, not so early, but now late in Europe. We want to thank you all, and if you are watching this in the future, we are going to thank you also for watching the contributions of all these amazing philosophers and historians. Now, Dubian is familiar face because he got his PhD from UNAM, and Dubian Cañas is going to be talking about idealizing the history of science for philosophical purposes. So, Dubian, the floor is yours. You have half an hour. I will let you know when you have 5 minutes left. And then remember that we are going to get times very tight so we can finish on time. So, Dubian, the floor is yours. Your mic is not on.
It's my frequent fault. Thank you, Teresa and Maria, for organizing this wonderful workshop and for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk about a work in progress, idealizing the history of science for philosophical purposes, which is a work in the methodology of integrated history and philosophy of science. This is actually really work in progress. It's quite explorative and programmatic, so critical questions and feedback from you all are especially welcome. So let's start. Today, I want to defend or motivate a controversial thesis that practitioners of integrated history and philosophy of science, HPS, are justified in idealizing the history of science for philosophical purposes. And my methodological strategy as an epistemology, engaging constructive criticism, I theorize about the epistemic properties and norms of HPS as an epistemic practice by taking very seriously the skeptical objections against the viability of integrated history and philosophy of science. But also I rely upon case studies because I think that this epistemological theorizing studies HPS in the making as well. And finally, I am methodological pluralist, and what I want to do today is to bring together the literature or the work on the philosophy of scientific modeling and the self-reflective work on the methodology of integrated HPS in order to think about the nature and the role of idealization in HPS. And in doing so, I want to critically examine commonsensical assumption, according to which scientific practice and the practice of HPS are asymmetrical in epistemic terms. There is an epistemic asymmetry as to the role of idealization in these two epistemic practices. Philosophers working on scientific modeling has argued that idealization in science is epistemically valuable, but many colleagues in history and philosophy of science considers that idealization of path science is not epistemically valuable, it's epistemically objectionable. And I want to discuss this commonsensical assumption. And my strategy is to dismantle the prima facie compelling reasons for defending these presuppositions. And one good reason is one that poses a serious methodological challenge for the integration of history and philosophy. And the argument can be put as follows. The premise one says that integrated HPS involves no distinct methodology in the sense that it is not over and above the standards of good philosophy on the one hand and the standards of good historiography on the other hand. Second premise states that idealization of past science is epistemically essential and pervasive in the historical philosophy of science as a subfield of integrated HPS. Premise 3 says that idealization of science violates standards of good historiography. And as a conclusion, we have that idealization of past science precludes historical philosophy of science as a subfield of integrated HPS. Let's turn to flesh out each premise. First one, no distinct methodology for integrated HPS. According to the HPS manifesto, there is no distinct methodology that is HPS. Doing HPS does not confer free pass to suspend the standards of one field to advance the other. It must be good history of science and philosophy, in that these claims are based on a solid grounding in appropriate sources and are located in the relevant context. And the following Arabatsis too, we have two ways of doing integrated HPS. On the one hand, we have HPS as philosophical history of science, which is historical work drawing upon philosophical frameworks to address historiographical issues. And on the other hand, we have HPS as historical philosophy of science, which is philosophical work relying upon historical studies to address philosophical concerns. And in particular, historical philosophy of science uses or employs historical case studies to make philosophical points. Today, I want to focus in historical philosophy of science as a subfield of integrated HPS. Because premise 2 says that idealization of past science in historical philosophy of science is essential and pervasive. Some clarificatory information first. We have that historical case studies can be used in different ways. We can use a case study to illustrate or make a vivid sense of philosophical concepts and claims, as heuristics to articulate philosophical concepts and claims in an hermeneutical fashion, and as evidence to support or to justify philosophical conclusions about science. And these uses are obviously non-exhaustive ways of making philosophical points, and they are not mutually exclusive. One same case study can serve more than one of these uses. Now, regarding idealization in scientific practice, we have that the practice of idealization consists of the intentional introduction of distortion into scientific theories or models, and we don't have yet any exact or precise definition of what distortion means, but we can understand distortion as misrepresentation of the target system, because distort is to introduce false assumptions that represent things as having features they clearly don't have, right? So we will work on this characterization, operational characterization. And a prominent strategy of idealization as distortion in scientific practice is what Winsberg calls minimalist idealization, which consists in constructing models that include only the core causal factors which give rise to the phenomenon. And minimalist idealization seeks to adequately represent explanatory relevant factors. It always distorts explanatory irrelevant factors, and in some cases, it distorts at least some even explanatory relevant factors. So the function of minimalist idealization is to provide explanation. And in order to provide explanation,
we isolate the core causal factor that explain the phenomenon, and in doing so, we are distorting the irrelevant factors. So, to see the link between idealization in scientific practice and idealization in historical philosophy of science, I will draw upon a case study in historical philosophy of science. This is the prominent work of Kyle Stanford, in which he provides a historical challenge to scientific realism. I suppose that philosophers are well familiar with Stanford's work and argument. And Stanford's work counts as historical philosophy of science for the following reason. First of all, the space problem, following Alan Slove's here, is philosophical, is of philosophy, because Stanford tries to address a philosophical issue in the context of the scientific realism debate in the philosophy of science. His position, his contribution is the thesis of the problem of unconceived alternatives as a serious historical challenge, one of underdetermination to explanation in scientific realism in the context of this debate. And to establish this philosophical point, Stanford draws upon a historical case study of the 19th century biological, mechanical, and materialist theories of generation and inheritance. And he considers specifically the work of three historical actors: Darwin's theory of pangenesis, Galston's strip theory, and Weizmann's germ plants theory. And basically what the Stanford does is to employ the historical case study of biological theorizing to establish the problem of unconceived alternatives in order to pose a serious challenge to scientific realism in the context of this philosophical debate. So this is history of science used for philosophical purposes. And this use of history for philosophical purpose in the case of Stanford is twofold. Stanford first used some brief examples to illustrate the significance of the problem of unconceived alternatives in the early history of modern theorizing about problems of generation and inheritance. But we also have that the most prominent or most important use here is the evidential one. According to Stanford, the evidence we have seen from 19th century theories of inheritance strongly suggests that the problem of unconceived alternatives represents a serious prima facie challenge to scientific realism. Now, I want to suggest that we can characterize Stanford's historical case study as a minimalist idealization in Winsberg's sense, because the problem of unconceived alternatives describes, but first and foremost explains a historical pattern as involving a twofold core explanatory factor. On the one hand, we have that the problem of unconceived alternatives explains actors' theories acceptance via eliminative inference. That the problem of unconceived alternatives explains the specific type of scientific the type of scientific reasoning involved in theory acceptance during this historical episode, and also the problem of unconceived alternatives clearly gives an account on actors' repeated failures to conceive of successors, serious candidates or alternatives. Focusing on a hard case from biological science, Stanford characterizes the theoretical account each historical actors developed and defended to explain inheritance phenomena, offering a narrative that describes a process of successive replacement of one explanation by the other. In doing so, Stanford reconstructs the process of this theorizing by focusing on three actors' seminal work. Without hindsight, Stanford goes on to establish a historical thesis concerning eliminative inference, which is one. As historical actors' pronouncements themselves suggest, each actor took his own hypothesis as providing the only conceivable explanation of phenomena given the evidence available at the time. And with hindsight, Stanford finally establishes a historical thesis, which is two, concerning the problem of unconceived alternatives, according to which historical actors were facing the epistemic predicament simply because they were unable to consider successor alternative theoretical explanation of the same phenomena, which would have been perfectly conceivable and acceptable as a serious candidate in light of the available evidence at the time. So we find pronouncements of this time. For instance, that Darwin himself conceived of the support for his pangenesis as eliminative in character, and that Darwin simply failed to conceive of or to consider the entire class of theoretical alternatives to pangenesis. And Stanford's case study is minimalist because it focused exclusively on establishing 1 and 2 as epistemic factors while excluding several other elements of a complex historical situation. Stanford disregards the role of practices and material culture relating to the experiments he considers in some detail, for instance, Galston's and Dry's experiments, and more ones. He also dismisses the cultural context in the production, evaluation, and transmission of the theoretical alternatives about the fundamental mechanism of inheritance he addressed, and Stanford accounts for the epistemic connections of actor scientific beliefs regardless of the social organization, values, and interests of scientific communities in theorizing on inheritance. In this way, Stanford does not include actors' pronouncements about metaphysical, religious, and political commitments, such as Galton's commitment to eugenics, and established no explanatory connection between these pronouncements, the epistemic pronouncements about eliminative inference and so on, and establishes and the rich cultural and political context of England and Germany in the 19th century. So Stanford isolates the core epistemic factor that explain theory's acceptance and the problem of conceived alternatives, and isolates all these contextual and actual elements of the episode. So let's turn to consider why this way of doing philosophy of science based upon history is epistemically objectionable. According to mainstream historiography of science, the purpose of historical analysis is to understand scientific past, and we understand scientific past by means of historical contextualization. By elucidating the historical context, we can give an account of the scientific episode in question. And this historical contextualization pursues what I call the completeness ideal for historical representation. In this analysis, a historical context is a set of factors that provide an explanatory framework for scientific episodes, and completeness involves several criteria. First of all, we have inclusion, which tells us to include as many factors of the episode as possible. Second, fidelity, represent every included factor as accurately as possible. And coherence, articulate all factors in a consistent narrative that maintains the historical integrity of the episode. For instance, the historian Shaping says that we are historians as what we do when we do history is to try to tell it as it really was in the past. As historians of science, we're committed to telling rich, detailed, and we hope accurate stories about science. The historian Butterfield says that if we need further elucidation of a scientific episode, all that we can do is to take us into greater detail and make us see in a still more definite concreteness what really did take place. The historian Krasnow argues that completeness allows historians to avoid the first horn of Pitt's dilemma of case studies, because cherry picking can be addressed by requiring that all the relevant details of the case be considered, and not just those that are relevant to the favorite hypothesis. And the historian of science, John Henry, says that completeness expresses the professional commitment of historians of science, because a striving for an even richer contextualization can be seen as the driving force in current historiography of science, and it has been the main ambition of the majority of his practitioners for a number of decades. The result is a subdiscipline of history, which is flourishing in its own terms. So for history of science, God is in the details. Now, if we apply completeness in order to evaluate the quality of Stanford's minimalist case study, the verdict would be negative. We would say that Stanford's minimalist case study is not a good historical reconstruction. First of all, his idealization strategy in minimalist terms involves three subtypes of objectionable idealization or objectionable distortion. The first of all is distortion of emphasis, which exaggerates the explanatory role of philosophical points. For instance, John Brooke, the historian John Brooke, says that when the circumstances and the problems were so complex, the isolation of a single philosophical or methodological point as the key to an adequate explanation must lead to a distortion of emphasis. And Stanford seems to overemphasize the explanatory role of the problem of unconceived alternatives. He distorts historical facts as he exaggerates the explanatory role of this problem, because his historical narrative retrospectively compares theories of inheritance from Darwin through Galton through Weismann to show that actors face this epistemic predicament. He therefore poses this problem as explaining why actors accepted each theory as the lone contender to explain the phenomena of inheritance. This emphasis on the philosophical point leads Stanford to exclude the occurrence of further factors that could also explain the epistemic status Darwin, Galton, and Weismann attributed to their theories, factors which could have shaped their Trajan acceptance and inconceivability. But Stanford is also facing a distortion of differentiation, because it imposes a monolithic rational structure on a complex historical situation that leaves differences out. Brooke says the richness of scientific enterprises also get lost when the dead hand of reconstruction fails to discriminate. And Stanford seems to uniformize the actual diversity of more specific factors in the historical pattern described by the problem of unconceived alternatives. Even if textual evidence plausibly suggests that actors have conceived of the theoretical alternatives despite the fact that they don't so, and even if the benefits of hindsight shows that they failed to conceive of these alternatives, Stanford appears to be reducing the reason for the acceptance and replacement of theories to the problem of unconceived alternatives. And finally, a distortion as a dichotomy is involved here. And the problem here is that it draws an alternative divide between internal and external factors. According to Brooke, to suppose that only dissentas are affected by externalisms or constraints is arbitrary and creates an impoverishment of historical understanding. According to the critics of the so-called internal history, philosophical case studies distinguish between internal and external rational factors upon the philosophical point, right? So internal history explains the rationality of science, and external history explains the deviations from rationality. The problem here is that it is quite artificial to think that internal and external explanations are mutually exclusive rather than complementary. John Henry thinks that historians' attitude in contemporary history of science is eclecticism, is not drawing artificial divides between what is internal as rational and what is external as irrational, in light of the philosophical point at hand. Okay, from this evaluation of Stanford's minimalist case study on the basis of the ideal of completeness, we says that idealization of past science is epistemically objectionable. Brooke says again, if one's ultimate goal is an understanding of what actually happened, there must surely be a limit beyond which the degree of caricature becomes unacceptable. So unsurprisingly, many people aligns with this perspective. Bichedo says that case studies methodology doesn't take history seriously, and Pitt says that this approach is doing bad history. Bernard Cohen says that the philosophical use of history produces false or imagined history, and Brooke again says that philosophical case studies are a precarious enterprise. But the problem, as a consequence of this objectional character of idealization of path science, is that this idealization precludes the integration of history and philosophy as historical philosophy. Shikore says, concerns about the historical adequacy of philosophically significant case studies arise. If the analysis adheres too closely to the historical record, the stories thus produced are unlikely to be of interest to the analyst who is interested in making the philosophical point as clear as possible. In turn, case studies designed to serve philosophical ends would be at best uninteresting, at worst unacceptable to the historian. And many people share this pessimistic verdict. No, what I want to do, yes?
You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. And what I want to do is to block this methodological challenge by critically examine the premise 2 and 3 in order to block the inference of the conclusion from the premises. I propose to block the premise 2 by adopting a general strategy which proposes several epistemological commitments, so to speak. First of all, I suggest that we must reject epistemological chauvinism about completeness, because not every historical representation must be as complete as possible in order to be good. Second, we adopt the adequacy for purpose view, sensu Wendy Parker. And the idea here is that the quality of historical representations depends upon their inadequacy for specific purposes. I suggest that adequacy for purposes doesn't replace completeness, but subsume it. So if we subsume completeness under adequacy for purposes, we have that completeness must still apply to the set of historical representations that serve the purposes of historiography of science. So this is a useful criteria in the context of historiography of science for pursuing historiographical purposes, but completeness doesn't need to apply to the set of historical representations that serve the purpose of historical philosophy of science. And finally, we adopt a subsume in this way by not forgetting to get our historical facts straight. So I suggest that idealized historical representations are required to prima facie satisfy a minimal yet sufficient dose of historical adequacy. And this is quite compatible with the nature of minimalist idealization. Let me explain. On the basis of these epistemological commitments, I want to propose a definition of optimal idealization of history, according to which distortion of path science is optimal for a given philosophical purpose and prima facie satisfies a minimal yet sufficient dose of historical adequacy if and only if our minimal case study satisfies the following conditions. First of all, is conducive to the philosophical purpose, retains historical process and context, contains no tension between explanatory factors, adequately represents the central factors of the episode, potentially specifies all the relevant actual factors of the episode, and creates no artificial internal versus external divide. And notice that the condition 4 corresponds to distortion of emphasis, condition 5 corresponds to distortions of differentiation, and condition 6 corresponds to distortion of the dichotomy, or in terms of dichotomy. So in light of this proposal, let's consider what happened when we evaluate Stanford's minimalist historical case study in light of my new epistemology. First of all, Stanford minimalist case study seems well suited for its philosophical purpose. Stanford aims to draw philosophical lessons from historical information. He's interested in telling something relevant about philosophical issues based upon what we know about history. For this philosophical purpose, he doesn't need to produce a rich, detailed, and concrete representation of historical events. Rather, he focuses on those aspects of the historical episode that are salient and relevant to the philosophical point he wants to make. But besides purpose fitness, Stanford's case study also seems to meet the other conditions for optimal idealization. Stanford case study is not leaving the historical context out. The problem of a concept alternatives refers to a robust historical pattern of theoretical succession in which scientists were devising explanations of biological inheritance for almost a century. Also, Stanford does pay attention to the temporal process. The problem of unconceived alternatives can justifiably be seen as a claim about scientific change that explains the process of theoretical change and acceptance in a particular domain of biological inquiry. Furthermore, Stanford prevents the problem of internal history from arising. Contrary to rational reconstructions, Stanford explains the error or failure of actors in exhausting the space of alternatives by appealing to epistemic reasons. Given his own intellectualist approach to history, Stanford indicates that such a failure stems from a conceptual obstacle. The priority of internal history boils down to explaining failure in terms of external factors, but Stanford nonetheless explains errors by appealing to actors' epistemic reasons that are quite internal elements. So he is not drawing an artificial or arbitrary divide between the internal and the external. And finally, notice that if the problem of unconceived alternatives were capturing a real historical pattern, then this would be enough explanation for philosophical purposes without curtailing the account's historical adequacy, the minimal dose of historical adequacy. Furthermore, Stanford opens the door for other explanatory factors to enrich the historical understanding of the episode in terms of the problem of unconceived alternatives. Stanford notes that in constructing his case study, he avoided any exploration of the reality and consequences of our repeated failures to conceive of the full range of well-confirmed theoretical alternatives to any particular account of the presumably heterogeneous and untidy sources of those failures. Such an account we would be provided by social, cultural history of science amounts to an empirical exploration of the various dynamical processes that help explain how and why unconceived alternatives remain unconceived by particular human scientists and scientific communities. So on this perspective, Stanford naturally claims that this complementary study would serve his aims in exceeding our graphs rather than compete with his proposal. And finally, until stronger defeating reasons, Stanford's case study holds a minimal yet sufficient dose of historical adequacy, and he explicitly says that if more recent developments in the historical scholarship concerning this period undermined either my reading of the primary sources of the use I have made of them in trying to establish the general significance of the problem of unconceived alternatives itself, I trust that my colleagues in the history of science will set me straight. So the epistemic value of minimalist idealization in the philosophical history of science is prima facie positive until we have stronger reasons to call into question the minimal dose of historical adequacy that the historical reconstruction we are evaluating would have. Okay, and if my strategy to blocking the second premise work, then I propose to block the first premise too, in the way of disambiguating what Arabatsis means by distinct and suspend standards in the HPS manifesto. And if we understand this distinct and suspend as rejecting, as giving up the standards of good history of science, then I disagree. Sorry, I agree with Arabatsis. But if you understand distinct and suspend as weighing differently standards and applying in a different way, then I disagree with Arabatsis. And my suggestion is that standards for evaluating historical case studies in the historical philosophy are differently weighted in relation to the purpose of interest. That is to say that requiring different doses of stuff. And I think that there is a crucial point because HPS is an interdisciplinary enterprise. An interdisciplinary research consists of integrating approaches in order to tackle complex problems that cannot be plausibly solved by the tools of the disciplines as taken separately. And if difficult interdisciplinary work demands this sort of principal flexibility with the standards in order to tackle these difficult problems at the intersection of the disciplines being integrated, why we are excluding history and philosophy of science from such epistemic flexibility. So my conclusion is that if my foregoing constructive criticism works, then it now seems less obvious that idealization of past science is not epistemically valuable in history and philosophy of science, and it's not obvious either that idealization of past science precludes integrated HPS itself. And thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dubian. Everybody, please clap for Dubian in the reactions. Now let's move to the Q&A. We only have 14 minutes. Let's be efficient. I'm going to have Atocha first and then Kirsten. Atocha, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Dubian, yeah, thanks for, being so compact in presenting your research. And also, please allow me, Maria, to greet him for his prize by the International Union of History and Philosophy of Science and Technology. For those people who don't know it, he won the essay prize. Anyway, but my question is perhaps a clarification question about your notion of idealization. You make the distinction between idealization and empirical adequacy. And my question here is to what extent, if at all, this is connected to Leszek Nowak proposal of actually a methodology for idealization and concretization in models. Meaning that, building a model is a way of idealizing, of making an abstraction of reality, and concretization is to go back. So I was wondering about that. Could you tell us something?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Atocha, and good to see you. My answer is the following. I am working with a distinction between idealization as distortion and historical adequacy as a quality that allows us to evaluate how good is a historical case study or a historical representation more generally. We have a historical representation, and then we can use the completeness ideal, which tells us that the best historical representation is the most complete, the most rich, the most detailed, and the most historically adequate. But idealized historical representations doesn't satisfy this desideratum. So it creates a tension between idealization and historical adequacy. Now, there are proposals in the literature on scientific models according to which you can idealize the idealized account, right? This is called Galilean idealization. What I am saying is that insofar as we evaluate philosophical case studies on the basis of adequacy for purposes rather than completeness, then we don't need to idealize the minimalist case study.
Clear now.
Because the minimal representation is well suited for the philosophical purpose.
Okay.
But in order for this minimal idealization not to be arbitrary, we need to introduce minimal doses of historical adequacy. Because otherwise, because we need to ground philosophical theorizing on history, on factual knowledge about fact science. Otherwise, we can use science fiction or appealing to our intuitions or appealing to other kinds of grounds. So we need a minimal dose of historical adequacy in order to have a minimalist model that, insofar as it is well suited for the philosophical purpose of interest, then is a good historical reconstruction.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirsten, please.
Hi, thanks for your talk. That was really, really interesting. I really liked your use of Kyle Stanford's work as a kind of is a really interesting example of this kind of historical disagreement. I've heard Stanford talk about his work before, but I haven't looked at the literature where people are pointing out that maybe his historical work isn't very good. But so that was really helpful for me to see what's going on there. Just to quickly weigh in on the previous question, because I was kind of confused about your use of the term idealization too. So the last time I looked at this literature, the key distinction was between people were working with a distinction between idealizations and abstractions. And idealization is a distortion, whereas an abstraction is taking things away from the theory or the account. And it seemed like you were running those two things together sometimes, and it might be useful to separate them out. I'm not sure. And I think that brings me to the question I had, which was, I think it's going to be a kind of really completeness. I don't know, so it strikes me that if you asked a historian what they're trying to do, I don't think they would ever tell you that they're trying to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I don't think I think, completeness, if you're trying to do completeness as a historian, you're basically trying to deliver a chronology or something where you're trying to include every single event that occurred. But not even historians are trying to do that. They're trying to generate some sort of historical narrative, like a narrative explanation or something. And that inevitably involves foregrounding some things, backgrounding other things. You have to decide what it is you're going to leave out as much as you're leaving in. And so, I guess I'm kind of curious, is completeness kind of your gloss on what they're trying to do? Is that your term, or is that something that people in the field are saying?
Yeah, thank you, Kirsten. Okay, two questions. Regarding the forma about the distinction between abstraction and idealization, in my overall project, not in what I have presented today, I am also considering different strategies of idealization, but today I only focus on minimalist because it fits Stanford's. But I am also considering abstraction as a type of idealization. And the difference between abstraction and idealization as distortion and as minimalist relies at least on two aspects. We have good reasons for thinking that abstraction is a form of idealization, because when you are leaving things out, you are distorting other things. So you cannot simply abstract without distorting. This is Rice's point, for instance, or Potonic's point. If abstraction invariably distort, then abstraction is Galilean idealization. You idealize in the context of mathematical and experimental sciences in order to make the model more easily computable. But once you satisfy your pragmatic ends, you de-idealize and have a more concrete or more complete model of the target. So abstraction can be Galilean because we can introduce the elements you have abstracted from in the first place. But a further aspect of abstraction is that these kind of models are not causally informative. They are not providing causal information, and therefore they are not explanatory. Minimalist idealization is primarily explanatory. My case study to illustrate, to articulate, and to support idealization as abstraction is Nancy Cartwright's Tangle of Science and his use of Ha-Seok Chang's study on the invention of the thermometric techniques, right? I think that it covers your first question about the difference. Okay. And regarding the completeness ideal, no, this is not my position. This is what mainstream professional historiography of science thinks. So I quote a lot of historians saying that. But I don't think that there is a naive position. I mean, completeness is an ideal. No absolutely complete representation is possible. But in order to get factual knowledge about the historical context, on the basis of which you illuminate the historical episode in question, historian says, add more and more detail, because it allows us to avoid cherry picking, because it provides more information, because it provides triangulation, and many other ways of making your representation more objective, so to speak. Yeah, and I think that there is one of the reasons professional historians argue for rejecting our invitation as SPS practitioners to bring together history and philosophy, among many other objections. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, everybody. So there are 3 more minutes. Anybody wants to ask anything else? If not, let's thank Duvian for 3 minutes clapping in the reaction button. And thank you, Duvian, for such an interesting talk. Now I cannot be sharing anymore, so Teresa is going to help me sharing.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Well, our last speaker is my dear colleague, co-organizer, and friend, Maria Martinez Ordaz. And the title of her talk is Why Some Inaccurate Case Studies Work, Reflections on the Epistemic Value of Philosophically Biased Historical Reconstruction. So we continue with the discussion.
Sorry. For a weird reason, my computer requires me to try twice, or more than twice, I guess, to share the screen. Now, this time it will work. So, just a second. So, thank you everybody for staying this long. Those who have started yesterday early morning, you have been very brave, and I have enjoyed every single talk and every single Q&A. Thank you for accepting our invitation, our keynotes. Thank you, Tere, for accepting doing this with me. I have been extremely happy yesterday and today. And of course, thank you to our contributed speakers that have been very much on point in every single discussion. So that said, I'm going to be talking about a topic that I explored many years ago. Then I decided to stop. Then I went back to it. And then the corresponding paper has been modified by so many reviewers that now doesn't look anything like the ideas that I had. So this talk is more or less the exploring of those ideas in order to see what fits and what is still interesting and what is absolutely wrong. I am not an optimist philosopher, but this is maybe the only optimist take that I had in any philosophical issue. And so I would be very appreciative of any of your comments, concerns, etc. And thank you, everybody. So you may see 50 slides. Don't worry. I hope I can finish on time or even earlier. So just a second. The question that I will tackle here is, can any philosophically biased historical reconstruction be epistemically valid? And so the goal for this talk is to argue that there are some philosophically biased historical reconstructions that might play a crucial role, epistemically speaking, in enhancing philosophical understanding about science and about our philosophical theses about science. So the main thesis that I will defend can be summarized in these three following points. Certain biased historical reconstructions contribute to a deeper understanding of philosophical theses about science by clarifying key concepts, illustrating their applications, or shedding light on the historical episodes that they engage with. This might not look any problematic at all to you, and that's okay. That's actually one of the intuitions that we have when we are using case studies in philosophy of science to illustrate concepts, to clarify certain notions that we have, and so on and so forth. But I will also want to defend that they achieve this by effectively exemplifying salient features of philosophical theses, as well as by providing context and identifying potential challenges for their evaluation. So this paper has been rejected many times from different journals because people tend to look at the first part and say, oh, this is very obvious. And then they don't look at what this is doing. So what I am trying to do is to explain why we have these practices and why they are not so sketchy or they are not so fishy as one should intuitively believe they are. And finally, I will say that the type of understanding that this reconstruction fosters is non-factive, and more significantly aligns with the structuralist stakes on scientific understanding. So I'm going to go through some preliminaries, then I'm going to talk about the negative side of having philosophically biased historical reconstructions in the philosophy of science, and then I'm going to try to defend some of those. I'm going to say how they relate to understanding, and I'm going to draw some final remarks. That said, philosophical theses about science. So they are general explanatory claims about underlying mechanisms of scientific activity. We, philosophers of science, know many theses. Some of them are very general, some of them are more concrete, some of them are explanatory of very specific phenomena, and some are expected to be very explanatory of almost everything that looks alike like science. Now, philosophical theses about science can be characterized as structured theoretical frameworks composed by three main things. Not only, but at least by these three. General concepts, core notions or categories the thesis deploys to describe scientific practice, for instance, explanation, idealization, modeling practice, etc. Then inferential relations, inferences and relational structure. So the logical, modal, and conceptual relations that hold between those concepts. We claim something philosophically speaking, and we expect that the concepts that are there relate in a very particular manner. So that's how we have opponents. They might hold the same concepts, but they relate them differently, and so on and so forth. And we also need some sort of delimited logical space. This is the thesis outlines a space of possibilities or of possible scientific situations in which the concept and relations can be instantiated. This logical space encompasses admissible patterns of reasoning, expected behavior, surveillance, or theories, among other things. Now, historical reconstructions. Don't pay much attention, just take the most general characterization that you can have. A historiographical narrative that puts together certain historical data about a given event, following a specific methodological constraints to distinguish between idle and relevant information when telling the history of such episode. So in philosophy of science, historical reconstructions are often used as evidence in favor of particular theses. However, to objectively provide such evidence, historical data is expected to be obtained independently from the preferred philosophical view. Otherwise, the resulting reconstructions will be philosophically biased and thus methodologically very flawed. So, what does it mean to be philosophically biased for a historical reconstruction? So the end up would be narratives in which some parts of the actual story has been ignored or dismissed in favor of the philosophical view that has been previously chosen, and that ideally this reconstruction will prove to be correct. So a reconstruction being philosophically biased is independent of such reconstruction being misleading or defective. It can be accurate, but still be philosophically biased because of the way in which you created it. So the reconstruction that is significantly philosophically theory-laden, that is the main idea. Whether a reconstruction is philosophically biased is independent from the agent's intent to mislead, to lie, to confuse, or simply they are very not capable of producing an accurate account of a particular phenomenon. So the agent's intentions are not going to be important here. Also, not all historically inaccurate reconstructions are going to be philosophically biased. We might not have enough information and still provide a historical reconstruction. We might be very bad at putting things together and produce a very bad or inaccurate historical reconstruction, and still it doesn't have anything to do with our philosophical stand. So now these things actually happen in philosophy of science. Let me introduce you to an example. Some philosophers have contended that science is often inconsistency tolerant. And these people have supplemented this claim with historical cases, Bohr's atom model of the atom, Newtonian mechanics, but also, being the most important of all these cases, the Newtonian early calculus. These people that are defending that science is often inconsistency tolerant come from a tradition informed by people like Lakatos, like Feyerabend, like Shapiro, but then more entrenched in the philosophy of logic literatures, like Graham Priest, Richard Rowley, Newton da Costa, Stephen French, and so on and so forth. And the idea is that the theory, the early calculus by Newton, was explicitly known to be inconsistent. And how do we know this? Berkeley wrote a mention to Newton's theory, saying that it was inconsistent, and we know that Newton knows that. And so the fact that it was so clear to everybody that there was a discussion about whether infinitesimals were inconsistent entities or not has given us the impression that a contradiction was known to be occurring there. And still, for this branch of philosophers and logicians, this case illustrates that there was no problem. So against everything that traditional logic should be telling us, that there is the risk of logical explosion, irrationality of the scientist, and so on and so forth, this case actually shows a scientist, Newton, that has been using for a while an inconsistent theory, knowing it to be so, and still not having any problem at reasoning correctly. On the other hand, there are a bunch of philosophers, Peter Vickers, Kevin Davey, for instance, saying that the problem is that the reconstruction that these other philosophers are providing is very much incomplete. So the idea is they took pieces away that might prove that Newton was not committed to inconsistent entities, and they just decided to neglect that. And of course, in the end, something that looks like inconsistency toleration was provided as an example, but that's not the actual history of Newtonian early calculus. So actually, Peter Vickers claims in his book something very drastic about this. So that the simple story we are met with so often in the literature, meaning this paraconsistent literature, on the early calculus as a set of inconsistent propositions plus a logic is plain wrong. Brown and Priest are typical of a subsection of the philosophy of science that assumes that the early calculus can be reconstructed by making use of paraconsistent logic. To motivate, and this is very important, to motivate the application of a particular paraconsistent logic, they adopt chunk and permeate. So what Vickers is suggesting is some of these philosophers have actually chosen their philosophical theory or the logic, the proposed logic, call it chunk and permeate, and then they have put some pieces of the actual history and put it in such a way that they tell us a story that supports chunk and permeate. So is this the correct account? What we can see is that around the case study of Newtonian early calculus and whether it was inconsistent or not, there are many reconstructions. Some of them accommodate more historical evidence, some of them accommodate less, some of them, like chunk and permeate, sometimes is motivated by how we act as actual human reasoners, reason by chunking and compartmentalizing our beliefs. And then I wrote, this is part of the evidence that we have about how many reconstructions of the case are. So I wrote a paper, a draft of this paper, uploaded it in academia, and immediately next morning I received this email from a person saying that I wrote a text on inaccurate reconstruction. So that shouldn't be something that somebody jumps in and says, I write inaccurate reconstructions. But then this person says, you should look at mine. So when we look as logicians at the literature in this particular case, we are going to find many instances of interpreting how this case actually supports different logical systems, different logical strategies, different types of logic, classical logic, paraconsistent logic, fuzzy logic, among others. So we might see these examples, but we have to stop and ask, are they really bad? Let's say that Vickers is right and that these people actually made some very weird moves, historically speaking. Is this bad? And that should take us to the dilemma of case studies. The dilemma of case studies concludes that even very good case studies do not provide or do any philosophical work because at best they are heuristics, at worst they give false impressions that the history is on our side, sort of the history and philosophy of science version of manifest destiny. And so it is not clear what philosophical work is being done when using case studies for philosophical purposes. So a lesson from the dilemma of case studies is that even well-executed case studies might fail to carry real philosophical weight. At best, they served as suggestive tools. At worst, they misleadingly imply that history straightforwardly confirms or rejects philosophical claims. So we have two horns of the dilemma of case studies. On the one hand, if philosophers have a case that is clearly not philosophically biased, then it is also not philosophically relevant because it's only one case. It would be only a bunch of historical data, which it would be unclear what philosophical lessons can be learned. On the other hand, if philosophers have a case that is philosophically relevant, it is likely that it is also philosophically biased, because it might have been selected or tampered within the philosophical, to fit the philosophical point. So if the dilemma is correct, the philosophy of science might have failed to grasp any actual aspect of the scientific enterprise, and that should be scandalous, because the idea of doing philosophy of science is to explain scientific activity, and if we cannot grasp whatever we are talking about, so what is the difference between philosophy of science and science fiction, right? So the dilemma of case studies challenge has largely been understood as required either explanation of how this type of philosophical bias reconstructions can be avoided, or guidance on how to minimize the damage in philosophy of science. And there are three alternatives to respond to this challenge. So there is skepticism, People like Pitt would say the combination of philosophy and history of science is mostly historically and philosophically uninformative. We should stop doing this. We should stop looking at history from philosophical lenses and thinking that it's going to provide us with the evidence that we are needing. That's not going to happen. We also have the Flationists like Burian or Kinsell, who would say that the relation between history and philosophy can still be beneficial for the philosophical party about the philosophical use of historical evidence. This is, don't aspire too much to have actual evidence or to refute or to confirm any philosophical thesis. That's not going to be possible while using only historical evidence. But then we have people like Kirsten and Andrew Curry, who are going to say something more optimist. Looking at the practices from a historiography of science, we can say that it is in general methodologically theory-laden, and this is not problematic in itself. As a matter of fact, the use of such theory-ladenness is what makes possible to provide historical explanations of specific and fine-grained aspects of the scientific practice. What has to be exercised is a higher standard of the methodological checking. So there are some suggestions on how to do this better. And again, this is very weird for me, but I would say, yes, let's take the optimist take on this. And are we safe? Such a happy ending. But what happens if we have philosophically biased historical reconstructions? Because the problem is the optimist take only explains us more or less why do they happen, but it doesn't really tell us why they are not dangerous. So it explains why they are so common or they can occur normally, but it doesn't explain us why we are epistemically safe even though they occur. So if philosophers of science have used philosophically biased reconstructions to guide and support their thesis, their philosophical work would be flawed to its grounds. So the evidence, the so-called evidence, actually doesn't exist. And we are talking about something that depends on the philosophical view that we are defending, and this looks very bad for philosophers. So let's go back to the dilemma of case studies. I take the most dangerous challenge of the dilemma of case studies can be subdivided into problems. The issue of evidence, meaning what happens when we have philosophically biased historical reconstructions that are not obtained independently from the view they were designed to support. Can they still provide any type of evidence? And also, we have the other issue, the issue of the epistemic goods. So let's take philosophically biased historical reconstructions and ask the question, do they do any epistemic work? Or are they really dangerous? Because it cannot be that they are idle and it's okay to have them as like figures that are over there, like decoring the house, but actually do nothing here. So if one can dismiss or at least significantly weaken these two issues, but one would be able to explain why philosophers of science have been rational even when working with philosophically biased historical reconstructions that are known to be so. And I'm going to take the issue of the epistemic goods. The issue of evidence has been worked by other philosophers. One of those is Duvian. But let's focus on the issue of epistemic goods. So let's ask ourselves the question, how are these things made? It's not just cherry picking. What does it mean to be cherry picking? So the idea is that you have a philosophical thesis that you propose or that you have been thinking about for a long time, and now you are going to try to find a reconstruction that illustrates that thesis, right? So let's start with a philosophical thesis, a broad claim about science, with the three characteristics that we said at the beginning. Now we identify a historical episodes. I really have been always been looking forward to illustrate my thesis with this particular type of scientific episode. And then you start selecting evidence guided by the theory or the thesis that you're trying to illustrate, right? So you emphasize the data that fits, and you dismiss, ignore, neglect the data that challenges the thesis. Then you build the reconstruction, arrange the episodes that exemplify the thesis neatly, probably trying to emphasize the relations that are held within the thesis or the philosophical view that you are defending. And the outcome is a very beautiful philosophically biased historical reconstructions, like the Newton story. Now, do we have something similar in other epistemic practices? And of course, after Dubian talk, it's more or less obvious where we are going to find this similar practice. In model building in science, particularly when thinking about exemplification. So when you're trying to build a model in scientific context, what you're going to do is you define an epistemic target, you identify a phenomenon, a system, a process that you want to understand, then you construct a model by simplifying reality while preserving the salient features. This means that you know which ones are the salient features that you want to preserve. You select and highlight exemplified properties. The model instantiates and refers to relevant patterns or relations, but also hides or neglects or distorts features that are intentionally sidelined. Then you have to test coherence and applicability. So you look at how this model connects with the empirical domain and with the constraints that you know that exist in that domain and explanatory aims. At the end, what you have cooked and baked is a reliable exemplar that enables understanding of the target phenomenon by revealing structural, causal, or functional relations within the target system. So this is the epistemic success of exemplification. And when we look at the literature, maybe the most salient figure for this issue is Catherine Elding, who is going to say that exemplification consists in showing that a single item can, in the right context, exemplify any and many of its features, enable the interpreter to forge a variety of epistemically valuable connections across a variety of domains. What is key here is that if we recognize that the representation serves to illuminate the phenomena by exemplifying features it shares with them, and that it makes no commitment to the realism or of unexemplified features, we can see how such exemplars embody, advance, and convey understanding of the world. What Aldrin is saying is basically that through exemplars, we tend to understand better, or we tend to start understanding a phenomenon. This happens in science. When you are teaching science to children, often teachers refer to exemplars so children can experiment with them or can imagine them in a simpler way, and so on and so forth. And it seems that it actually furthers understanding of scientific phenomena. So we know now that exemplification tends to lead to understanding, good exemplification. So we also know that building scientific models through exemplification is very similar to the way in which we build philosophically biased reconstructions when we are taking this task seriously. And so the question are they really similar processes? And if they are, is the outcome also similar? So if philosophically biased reconstructions exemplify something, what they are exemplifying? And the idea is very simple, and we also have seen people in the literature of integrated history and philosophy of science talking about this. For instance, take this quote from Hassog, who is saying that when we are talking about the use of episodes in philosophy of science, the episode is a concrete instantiation of the general concept, the characters, the settings, the type of events expected, and each episode also contributes to the articulation to the general concept. And the idea is that historical episodes are going to be connected to abstract philosophical conceptions through this set of mind. So philosophical theses about science. Remember, they are general concepts, as Hassog was mentioning, but they are also inferential and relational structure and delimited logical space. Let's go back to our example and think about this. So we have a philosophical thesis. Science is often inconsistency tolerant, and we have the idea of going for the Newtonian early calculus example. This cannot be actually the philosophical thesis that we have in mind. So let's press ourselves a little bit more and say, no. What I want to say is that there are some inconsistent bodies of scientific beliefs, statements, data, whatever we want to say there, that are actually useful in scientific enterprise and that therefore are not logically trivial. So me as a logician want to defend that inconsistency tolerant practices are epistemically rational, are logically safe, are inferentially also safe, meaning that it's not only the structure of the theory or the model that is safe, but also that the agents know how to navigate it safely. That's the difference between the two. So that said, I go to the case study and I say, well, let's take the infinitesimal calculus of Leibniz and Newton that is well known to have operated on an inconsistent basis, and now start listening to me as if I was Graham Priest saying this. In particular, at different points in the calculation of a derivative, infinitesimals had to be assumed to be both zero and non-zero. How was the trick turned? The fact that arbitrary conclusions were not drawn, this is responding to the objections of classical logic, even though the reasoning was carried out on the basis of inconsistencies, means that there was something tricky in the procedure. So the inference procedure involved must have been paraconsistent. Now you might say, well, wait a second, this is absolutely not historically accurate. Paraconsistent logic didn't exist when Newton was alive. This requires a lot of theoretical commitments to paraconsistent logic. So we know this not to be the actual reconstruction of what happened at the moment. But can it provide us any type of understanding? And if so, what type of understanding? So what I want to say is that depending on each of the cases that we have in mind and the level or the degree of the distortions that are involved in the building of philosophically biased reconstructions, the understanding that we can obtain can be of our philosophical theses about science or even about the scientific episode in itself. So this will depend on the quality of information, on the way in which we are filtering or distorting the historical evidence, and how well we are building actually the reconstructions. It might be the case that I want to fit a historical reconstruction with a philosophical thesis, but I am very bad at doing so, and I won't be able to do it. So the intention of trying to fit historical evidence in order to show or corroborate or strengthen the evidence in favor of a given philosophical thesis is not enough. We have to do it well. So, but say that I'm very efficient at doing this, and then the question is, can I get scientific understanding as philosophers know it? So philosophers tend to call scientific understanding as an epistemic achievement that consists in successfully identifying relations of dependence. Understanding something is often thought to manifest differentially. If I understand B, that means that I am able to draw a broad range of correct inference about B, such that P makes sense. Understanding is about determining privilege arrangements in such a way that they provide the most cohesive and comprehensive representation of a given domain. What this domain would be in these cases would depend on either whether we want to understand better the philosophical theory, the philosophical thesis, or the actual historical episode. In cases of genuine scientific understanding, agents identify either patterns of dependence, explanatory connections, causal structures, or inferential pathways among a set of facts, models, theories, and representations, among others. Okay, that can be understanding. But is there any particular type of understanding that we're going to gain? Because it seems fishy to say that I'm going to get something really good out of something very bad as a bias, philosophically biased historical reconstruction. So, especially considering that. Now, what I think is going to happen here is that I'm going to get a very weak, but still extremely valuable type of understanding, a structural understanding. So the crucial element in understanding for this type of understanding is that we are positing some sort of a structure, functions and relations that are holding us for some objects as a means of making sense of the actual causal, logical, mathematical, constructive, and other dependence relations holding between an unobservable and observable parts of the domain. So this is, I am not understanding the actual world, knowing that is the actual world, but I am understanding patterns that hold within a domain that I am representing. In this view, in any view that is structuralist about understanding, the hypothetical positing of such structures, as opposed to the categorical assertion that they hold, is what allows agents and epistemic communities to build inferential networks for that domain under study. The way in which I manifest that I have a structural understanding is that in the end, I can navigate very efficiently the logical space that is constraining that phenomenon that I think I understand. So especially this comes handy if I know that I don't know whether philosophical thesis can be true, as I know that the claim of it being rainy outside or it being sunny outside might be true or false, but I can determine that truth value. So in the case of philosophical thesis, that seems maybe further away from what we are able to do right now. And especially if I am trying to use a faulty vehicle to achieve that understanding, I wonder whether I can commit to say anything true about the world, the history, or even the philosophical thesis. And so something good about the structural takes on understanding is that what is understood here in these cases of defective scenarios where theories model phenomena are either vague, imprecise, false, inconsistent, and so on and so forth, is that some structures can be posited of some objects in the domain of the purposes of saying explanatory things about them, given the posited structure. This is, if I gain understanding of a philosophical thesis, then I'm going to be able to explain how this thesis should behave in a particular environment that it will belong to, and how a particular case will illustrate the relations that this thesis holds or allows to hold. So even if people like Peter Vickers and Kevin Davey were correct, and this reconstruction of Newtonian early calculus is not faulty, is extremely faulty methodologically speaking, it is still sensible to conclude that the reconstruction was tailored to illustrate the way in which chunk and permeate works. In that sense, if we look at the impact that this reconstruction has had in the literature of paraconsistent logic, after chunk and permeate interpretation, we can say it does it satisfactorily. We have many papers discussing whether this case study and this chunk and permeate reconstruction are fine-tuned enough, whether you can make some changes, whether you need to add more layers. And it seems that it has provided the community with an understanding of what chunk and permeate is, how it relates to the case study, and how inconsistency-tolerant reasoning in scientific contexts might look like. So we have three different topics that we understood better thanks to this reconstruction at three different philosophical levels. Thus, the reconstruction should be taken as methodologically useful and epistemically valuable because it helps to clarify how paraconsistent reasoning scenarios should look given a specific framework, but it also tells us a lot about that specific framework and the relations that hold within it. So that said, what I wanted to say today is that there are certain philosophically biased historical reconstructions that intuitively can contribute to a deeper understanding of philosophical theses about sciences by clarifying key concepts, illustrating their applications, or shedding light to the historical episodes that they engage with. They achieve this by effectively exemplifying salient features of philosophical theses, as well as by providing context and identifying potential challenges for their evaluation. The type of such understanding, of the understanding that these reconstructions can provide is not factive. So in the case of philosophical theses, we might not know whether they are true or not. But of course, in the case of the historical episode, as we are taking evidence away, we might also not know, or actually know, that they are not true. But still can be significantly because it aligns with the structuralist take on scientific understanding, reinforcing the idea that we gained some epistemic products after using these philosophically biased reconstructions in our philosophical practice. And thank you very much. There is this claim by Vickers also accusing other parts of the community for just producing historical evidence in order to publish. And that's it. Thank you.
I cannot put it. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Maria. It was a wonderful talk. Very impressive. Okay, so now we can open the discussion. Ambrosio?
Thank you very much, Tere, and thank you very much, Maria. It has been a wonderful. Sorry, I am going to take this out. It has been a wonderful workshop. I haven't been able to be in all the sessions because I have to teach, but great. I like very much, and I agree very much, Maria, with your thesis. But let me provoke you a little bit. What I'm going to say, I really believe what I'm going to say. So, do you think that a philosophical historical reconstruction of science or of theory of political thought, whatever, necessarily must be historically anachronistic? I believe that yes, but I don't know what you think.
I don't think it has to be that way. I think all these additional biases that we are going to get are going to depend mostly on the type of philosophical aims that we want to satisfy in those particular cases. So in some cases, it might be necessary for it to be anachronistic, but in some others, if you are doing philosophy of history or you are actually committed to historiographical disciplines, then you don't want to have anachronism as part of the biases that you are adding to when reconstructing, right? So I think it depends on the particular philosophical aims that we are willing to sacrifice and those that we are actually pursuing when reconstructing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambrose.
Thank you. Kirsten?
Yeah, thanks for your talk. That was really interesting. It did kind of come up against some things that I've worried about on occasion, and yeah, and so I guess my main question for you is, well, what work is being done by these case studies or these rational reconstructions being presented as true? Because it strikes me that if philosophers want to be using toy examples to illustrate and aid with understanding and to kind of explore possibility space and all the things that you really nicely described that philosophers want to do with these things, couldn't they just change the names and present these things as made up examples or like counterfactual histories? This might have been otherwise, but just so you don't get confused, let's change the names of the players, and so that we're not confusing this with history, because we don't want to make the mistake of actually thinking this is how the history played itself out. Is it that true stories are just like more compelling and we kind of care about them more, or is there something else going on? Yeah, because it strikes me that if these things are presented as true things, and I really like the example you used, because as somebody who did their grads work in Australia and New Zealand, I met a lot of Graham Priest's students who always asked me about the inconsistency stuff in Newton's calculus. And so it's clearly something that's really kind of deeply entrenched. And I think that's because they think it's true, and because it's a famous figure. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think you are touching on a very problematic part of this of the practice of using philosophically biased historical reconstructions, because of course there is the epistemology of that, saying that as I would say, you can still get some benefits like having understanding, maybe you can get some explanations, so on and so forth. So it depends on the cases, it depends on the explanation of philosophical thesis that you have, but still you can get something good epistemically. But on the other hand, there is a lot of, and I think this is Beaker's concern, there's a lot of propaganda created by saying this is true. And as you are saying about the Australian, but I think it's general logicians all over the world that are very committed to the idea that the Newtonian early calculus was one of the most salient examples of inconsistent successful theories. What that tells you is this is really bad, right? That is the reason why people are resistant to have philosophically biased historical reconstructions. And so, of course, my concern is always how can we mediate this? Because we have to have a normative claim about don't do this, guys. But we also have to explain why, despite they are doing it in such a faulty way, we are still gaining something. And I think this is a question that we philosophers almost never ask. Why something still works, even though we know it's part of propaganda, it's probably a lie, it's probably like not something that a philosopher that takes seriously the profession should be doing, and so on, and still it doesn't work. So I totally agree with you. I think there are many cases, poor historians and philosophers of science that have worked on those cases, because they will get these questions. The Bohr's model of the atom is another one that it doesn't really matter who worked on that, will be asked, was it inconsistent, as Graham Priest has said? And so, yes, I only have to say that the problem is that we have to explain why it succeeds, even though it's surrounded by these epistemic negative environments, or it's actually creating these epistemic negative environments, but still getting something good, epistemically speaking. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Andres?
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. I am concerned about the conditions for a historical reconstruction to be uh, epistemically useful. Because, well, you have accepted that these reconstructions can be biased, but intuitively, not any historical case can support, not support, but illustrate any philosophical thesis. I was also concerned about historical reconstruction to be epistemically powerful to refute the philosophical thesis. Would it be possible in your view? I mean, for example, in this case, if anyone said, well, that reconstruction is not adequate to illustrate this because some historical data prevent it, could it be the case?
So I take your second question to be something about whether there is a necessary convergence between the epistemic goods that we can have when using historical reconstructions in philosophy without saying biased. So whether we have one very good historical reconstruction, it should be able to help us testing philosophical theories, but it also should be able to give us explanation and should be able to promote understanding. And so the better our reconstructions are, the more convergence we are going to see in epistemic goods. And I think I don't see how that happens, because in my experience, while looking at these case studies, mostly those related to contradictions being tolerated in science, what I see is that they do some epistemic good, but they are actually of no use for testing any philosophical theory, even those that might be more compelling, like Matthias Frisch's reconstruction of classical electrodynamics. That is very compelling, but I don't think it reinforces any philosophical thesis in the sense of proving a test. So I don't see that convergence to be necessary. It might be that some cases in which you are very successful at reconstructing like truthfully, and that you have a lot of philosophical clarity and your philosophical thesis is actually correct. In those cases, you might see convergence, but that should be only because you are doing an extremely good job in every single task. And that relates to your first question, which is, which are the criteria that you have to have for having good philosophically biased historical reconstructions? And maybe this connects with Kristen's concern about why don't we call it just toy examples. And the idea is that we actually want to talk about science. We are philosophers of science. We don't want to say, I imagine these possible scenarios. So I want to engage with historical evidence or with actual scientific practice as much as possible. And so it is always better to convey true statements and true reconstructions of how it happened. And so that makes it better. And the aim that we have to reconstruct truthfully whatever happened in the past or whatever is happening right now in scientific practice should not be overlooked as part of the design of building historical reconstruction, either philosophically biased or ideally not so philosophically biased. And so what will make the difference is not only using as much or as many truth data points that we can, or as many reliable sources as we can, but also having clarity about our philosophical thesis that we want to explore and to illustrate. The thing with, for instance, with the case of inconsistency toleration in science is that at the beginning, the thesis was very general. And then the examples helped to refine it at the beginning. So we got a lot of discussion with the one of the examples of Graham Priest in order to find human reasoning, if inconsistency tolerant, cannot be like this. Thanks to those examples, to saying this doesn't look natural, this doesn't look well, this looks like a very poor toy example. And then the examples got refined and more refined. And some of them might be connected to what actually happened in the historical period, maybe not exactly how it happened, but it relates more or less to the episode that it's being reconstructed. And that leads to having understanding of something else, not only of philosophy or philosophical thesis, but also of science. So there might be cases in which our philosophical thesis is very good, and it's going to be correct about that domain. And so when we fit the evidence, when we cut the evidence to fit the thesis, then we are actually having the best reconstruction to understand that particular historical episode and also to understand our philosophical thesis. But those are like highly, highly good scenarios. So that to say that they shouldn't be just toy examples. You have to have standards about how to gather evidence, how to gather true information, as many sources as possible, and how to make reliable connections, even if you are knowingly philosophically biased. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you. And one last question, Dubiel?
Yeah, thank you, Maria, for your talk. Quite informative. I'm just confused about your point concerning the non-factive character of philosophically biased reconstructions. Let me first know whether I got your point. You said that philosophically biased case studies are not non-factive because they want to make a philosophical thesis, and philosophical points are non-factive, right?
I say that we don't know whether they are true or not in the large majority of cases. We have expectations, but we don't know whether they can be true or not.
But they can be factive. I mean,
they can be.
When
yes.
when I formulate a philosophical claim, I am assuming a sort of semantic realism about that claim. I'm taking the claim at face value.
I think it depends on different stages of when you are formulating a claim. But most of the time, our philosophical claims are not isolated, right? They are very much conditioned by a philosophical framework and a very specific traditional background and so on. And that makes the list of conditions for the truth value of those claims very extensive. So if you have to test every single of those conditionals in order to know whether your claim is true or false, that makes it less straightforward. And that is the reason why it's better to just say some of them might be true, and maybe we are going to find out which ones are. But if they are not, and if they have no truth value assigned yet, that's fine. We can still have understanding without having that requirement satisfied.
Okay, so my question is, what is the scope of your claim that the understanding philosophically biased case studies are providing is non-factual or non-factive?
That it doesn't require you to have a grasp of the truth of everything that you are understanding. So in the literature of understanding, if you are a factivist, that means that you are committed to the idea that you can only understand true things. So I can understand a phenomenon through a theory if the phenomenon actually exists and the claims about that phenomenon are satisfied. And so in these cases, you can still say, well, I don't know whether that phenomenon, the mind, the soul, and all these philosophical scientific theories in general actually exist as I am claiming them to be. But I can understand how the world would look like if they exist, and under which conditions we would be able to make some inferences, and which inferences would be forbidden in this context, and so on. That is the main idea about having understanding something non-factually.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. So thanks, Maria, for your talk and for organizing the workshop.
Thank you.
And thank you all for your talks and for your questions. I don't know, Maria, you want to say something else?
Well, I just wanted to say that I think Tere and I had communicated after yesterday's sessions and during today's session, saying that every single talk was amazing. We enjoy it very much. We enjoy a lot the keynotes, but we also enjoy the contributed. We enjoy the Q&As, and we had planned this event for a while, and we are actually extremely happy that it happened, and the people that were here were everything but perfect. Perfect in every single level. Sorry.
Well, great. So thanks again, and we'll see you later. No, in the next workshop. Right?
Hopefully in a second edition of this one. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
And remember that talks will be available individually in our YouTube channel. It will take some days, but we'll let you know when your talk is individually posted. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Yvette, and thank you, Alfonso, for helping us, definitely. And thank you to the Institute, and thanks to everybody that has been working with us for making this happen.
Thanks.
Vale, gracias. ¿Quieren que cierre ya la sesión?
Sí, gracias, Yvette.
No, gracias a ustedes.
Good luck in Ghent, Bobby. It's a very rainy city, so good luck. But you're coming from Cambridge, so you're used to it. Have a good one.
Bye.
Gracias.
Gracias.